politics and, you know, women's health and to some extension men's health. But here on Talking Point, we want to get into the nitty-gritties. And I myself, I think being willing to give your opinion on things, you could be wrong. You could be wrong. You have to be willing to admit when you're wrong. I'm not always right. I might be a little bit defensive, you know, on my position because, hey, if you want to challenge my position, I want to make sure I'm defending it as best as possible. And then if you defeat me, well, then I have to change my mind. Now, one of the things I want to mention before we start off and get into the daily review is Sahara dust. And it's in conjunction with the fact that right now, I'm not entirely too sure to what extent we in TNT needs to be concerned with respiratory illnesses, COVID-19, the flu, whatever variation of the flu, but also the long COVID, as well as either potentially what long COVID did to comorbidities. I myself am wondering if my own blood pressure concerns might be due to long COVID. It's hard to tell, right? Not everything is COVID. We had NCDs before COVID, but to what extent are the onsets of NCDs now in part because of it? But also, there's just the fact that we have it as a society. Are we a healthy society? Sahara dust is in the air. It's something to be concerned about, especially since this is a drier than normal dry season, right? And there's already warnings of people having to go to clinics and even A&E departments because of complications with respiratory illnesses and issues, rather, from the Sahara dust. So it's something to be wary of, especially because I'm concerned these things will compound each other, right? Not just if you have respiratory illnesses, but if you're out of shape, high blood pressure, poor cardiovascular health, you know, you're easily winded by just walking to the corner. You add savanna dust on top of that. Maybe you add the dryness on top of that. The heat potentially. Thankfully, you know, the northern hemisphere is in the winter months, and we are to the north of the equator. So take that what you will, make of it what you will. But it's something to be concerned about. I feel as though we, in our tropical climate, we kind of took it for granted. I never understood how in New York people could die of heat stroke at one part of the year and then die from, you know, exposure to the cold from the other part of the year. How was there extremes on both ends greater than ours? And I think we take our comfortable environment for granted. And to some extent, you know, we take our health for granted because of it. We don't have to deal with the extreme weather conditions and the extreme temperatures. And we don't understand how easy we have it on that front. And now with this Sahara dust situation, it's just one more thing, unfortunately, that we have to be worried about. I don't know if the amount of cars in the road and the air pollution is contributing as well on top of that. 3 hours of traffic. What are you breathing in when you're on the highway? And all those cars are just emitting exhaust. It's not as though vehicles, even with the AC on, is an NBC protected, that is nuclear, biological, chemical, you know, vehicle with a sealed out air chamber. Just something to think about, right? At the end of the day, when you drive past BTM, you smell the trash. When you're driving in traffic, to some extent, aren't you breathing in some of the fumes? So now, with that said, let's start off today's daily review. And I wanted to mention something that I didn't mention yesterday. It was something that, well, I'm not entirely sure how alarming we should be, because it's not necessarily news. It's not telling us anything that we shouldn't know already. The Trinidad and Tobago Transparency Institute, they released the 2023 results of the Corruption Perception Index, and TNT's score is the same as it was the year before, and that is 42 out of 100. We are with 2/3 of the world that are scored, I believe, and 2/3 of the world are below 50. And to some extent, again, it's one of those things where everybody kind of has an idea that things are not right. We're not talking conspiracy theories. You know, well, the government put fluoride in the water to brainwash us in order to, no, you know, the aliens are taking, no, we're not talking about conspiracy theories. But there's a level of perception in our own country about the corruption of our own country that makes this news not surprising. And maybe, to some extent, it's not accurate in the sense of there might be corruption less in some areas than we think, more in areas that we don't think. So it's not to say that we have the be-all, end-all grasp of the details of the situation. But this is something I believe we should still be a little disappointed, as much as it's not a surprise. As much as it's not a surprise, I'm a little bit disappointed that we have an indicator. It's not the be-all and end-all. It might not be 100% accurate, but there's an indicator that, A, things did not improve. And the problem is you combine that with the fact that who amongst us believe things were going good? Right? Outside of the diehards who will believe their party could do no wrong, whichever party it is, most of us probably aren't satisfied with the state of things. And to what extent do we attribute the state of things to corruption? So then, to what extent would we have liked to see an improvement? And the thing about this is, the results were focusing on the failings of our judiciary to keep other branches of government in check. That's interesting. To what extent, what are the individual cases? Maybe it's the lack of successful prosecutions in corruption cases. Even though we have some, we probably don't have all that we suspect is there, cases to delve into these matters, but we do have some. And as well as the fact that apparently the people who took this report, who made this score, they see a weakening of our country's judiciary. Interesting, right? Chief Justice, you know, real tight with the administration. At least that's what it appears to be. That's what it appears to be. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. I apologize. Tantamount with high levels of corruption in which the justice system can be politically manipulated to suit and serve. Can be politically manipulated to suit and serve corrupt officials. It's not my thoughts. This is coming from the report. And they also brought up something interesting. Not just calling for a strong and independent judiciary, but also the fact that we have an election coming up. And with this election, we do have a need for campaign finance reform in the country. And they pointed to the fact that, hey, we could have legislation before the election. In theory, yes. On a practical level, do I think that could happen? No. But in theory, yes, the process does not have to be that long. It's just that you're rarely going to be wishfully thinking if you think that, you know, the majority and the minority, the opposition and the government benches are going to come together to speak about campaign finance legislative reform a year before an election. The bacchanal that could cause with the accusations and counter-accusations alone could actually become the focus of the election. But it was interesting that the Trinidad and Tobago Transparency Institute pointed that out, though, the need for it. And it's kind of unfortunate. I don't even know when the right time will be, because to be honest, we could have the election in 2025 and bring this topic up. And will we actually have enough? Will 5 years be enough to settle this? I don't know. With the current climate and environment, I don't know. So that's just one aspect. A big one, but one aspect with regards to the perception of corruption in the country, I think. And we're going to be going into an election where, for the most part, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. When in Rome, do like the Romans, because at the end of the day, if we need something done, how many of us are looking to see who knows who to bypass the line? You're not even looking to get things done faster or to get things done that you're not entitled to. You're using connections and you're giving favors under the table to just get the things that you are entitled to in a reasonable time frame. Ain't that crazy? And somehow we're fine with it, right? But if you take it out of context, if you take out the context of how severe it is, because it's not always severe, right? It doesn't seem that bad. But if you ramp up the severity now, in other examples, it will look worse. And why will it stay at the level that it is now? Why? What's stopping it? The informal hopes and dreams of society, I don't know if that's good enough. I don't know if our tolerance level will not just willingly and slowly accept worse and worse until we blink one morning at the realization that, hey, this thing devolved seriously over the last however many years, and we would have never imagined where we reach now, and oh my gosh, what are we going to do? Think about it. I spoke to Dr. Harry about cervical cancer and about cancers in general this morning on AM Prime, and the whole idea was to get it before it reaches, well, for cervical cancer, even stage 1 could have significant risks to a woman's reproductive health. And we spoke about it over COVID too, to treat NCDs before it gets bad, because you're never going to get your body back to where it was before. You're just trying to maintain and slow down the progression of the depreciation of your physical health. Well, I think corruption is like a cancer. And the longer we wait to deal with it, the harder it's going to be to root it out. Except, you know, I mean, you can look at France. They did it the hard way. I don't know if we want to go that far. And by the hard way, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about the 18th century. The hard way. Or you end up maybe like Venezuela or Haiti, where you don't even have the will amongst the people to try anymore. It just is. You don't have the avenues to fix it anymore. It reached so bad. It's stage 4 cancer. So the warnings are there. The institutions are there. We might think little of them. We might think they're weak and ineffective. They're not significant, you know. But they're putting in the work, and they're giving us the warning signs. Will we accept it? All right, let's take a break. There's more to the daily review, but we'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll continue. Some interesting things happened at a Joint Select Committee meeting yesterday. Some interesting things were said that I have not seen so far on the daily paper, so we'll have that for you and more. Stay tuned to Talking Point on WSN, your content capital. Show Michael Small. We'll be right back.
Like many others trying to save on Carnival, Gabby thought she should go for 50% off makeup.
What about the other side? Well, Daisy 50% off offer. So, you know.
No makeup artist we don't know. What we do know is the savviest savings for Carnival are at KFC. Get a Chap Chap box, 1-piece chicken, 1 regular fries, and a biscuit for only $25.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
Welcome back to Talking Point. And believe it or not, I'm smiling because I'm finding the humor in the situation. It's unfortunate. But believe it or not, I do not enjoy speaking about the Commissioner of Police. I don't enjoy criticizing her. I don't enjoy finding fault with her because it's similar to the government. I want the government to do well because when the government does well, the country does well. And the government includes the opposition. The opposition is not the other side. That the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is the majority and the minority benches. Same thing with the commissioner. I want the commissioner to do well because crime is not something, it's not another movie studio, another supermarket, another TV studio, another business or competitor. This is a public service for the public good. I want them to do well because I don't want to get shot. Now, if you have read any of today's papers, they have reports on the Joint Select Committee on National Security. I believe it was the 26th meeting that happened yesterday. I believe it happened. And it was interesting. I find it interesting because I'm not too sure to what extent. You don't necessarily get political tit for tat in this GSC, right? I can't necessarily speak for all of the others. I've never really seen it. The kind of things that happen in Parliament don't happen here in the various committee meetings. It seemed as though everybody from the government members to the independent Senator Paul Richards to the opposition members, they had things to ask the commissioner. And I don't know if anybody really liked any of the answers, to be honest. And I get it. I will be the first one, just like how I say, it's not all the government's fault because they inherited an economic situation that in part is due to international factors, right? But it's how you manage it from the moment you take charge. You manage what little you have, however small the pie is. We could still judge you based on the distribution of that pie. We can't judge you on the fact that the pie is too small unless there are areas where you could have planned better to try to increase the pie down the road, but that's a whole other story. With the police, they can't increase the pie. They get their piece, whatever their piece is. I get that. I understand that. And I do think to some extent it's unfair. Some people don't understand that and have to realize, look, to some extent there's a resource limitation. But, it's how you manage what you have. And I'll be honest, I don't feel like it's an I told you so situation. I had fears. I didn't know that it would be bad. I didn't want it to be bad. I had fears that it wasn't looking good And now we are seeing the fruits of the situation because it was almost a year ago, right? She's not yet been in office a year. And I believe it was sometime after that year mark when she was appointed, obviously, when we had the interesting Joint Select Committee session where she said by June, see a reduction in murder rates. And of course, we said immediately, why did you do that? That doesn't seem realistic. It doesn't seem plausible. Now, the Joint Select Committee has asked about that, about the crime fighting strategies, about the targets selected. Of course, she got grilled and raked over the coals about that June proclamation last year. But a year out now, because to some extent, you know, as much as I say crime waits on no one, you want to assess somebody, you don't assess somebody in 3 months, 6 months. You know, a year is when you could start to get enough information, and the information is lackluster. One of the things that was said was that the targets were ambitious. The targets were to motivate the other police officers. And there's some reporting with regards to her, for lack of a better way to put it, performance, right? How she spoke, how she answered the questions. Did she seem knowledgeable? Did she have a command of the data? Because to some extent, you would think that you wouldn't necessarily have to be looking and you're not going to be unsure. You would know. Those who have been students within the last 20 years with group projects, with research projects, when you're being asked questions, when you're being grilled, when you're making presentations, to some extent, just the act of doing the work will keep you informed. That's one of the things with my job. The act of having to check the papers every day, check the news every day, keep up to date with what's going on. You're informed. I don't literally have to go now and double check every little thing, every show. Because some of it will be stuff that I've spoken about before, mentioned, worked out before. She is the commissioner. She is supposed to be dealing with the macro level information. She's supposed to know. She seemed a bit unsure. But then this whole thing about, well, the targets were a bit exaggerated. They were ambitious to sort of encourage the officers to really work towards reaching those targets. Maybe one could say, we just had Mr. Dennis talk about the fact that when you're negotiating, I know it's a different scenario. When you're negotiating, you might not get 100%, you might get 95%. So you have to put your best foot forward. You have to ask. You know, that's a negotiation tactic. You ask for more, so when they kind of cut down, you get what you actually want, right? And I could kind of understand how that could apply in this case. You ask your officers to do more. They might not reach the target, but where they reach might be higher than if you gave them a lower target. It's a little bit of psychological manipulation, but then the question is, why do we need to do that? This is not your children, and you're trying to get them to do chores, so you give them 8 chores, and you know that if they do 6, you'll be happy. These are professionals with a job that is not just a job, it's a calling, right? It's a career, there's a sense of duty in it. We're not stocking shelves of canned tuna. We're protecting and serving. So there's a lot about that I didn't necessarily like. But there's one aspect of it, before I move further, there's one aspect that I took note of watching some, I didn't watch the whole thing, but watching some of the Joint Select Committee meeting. I haven't necessarily seen it in any of the reports, any papers just yet. Maybe I missed it. One aspect of it that did bother me quite a bit, because the implications, I don't know if I like them. So I have a clip here to play, a specific question asked to the commissioner. Take a look at this.
Member Munina would have mentioned the incident where the response for the body that was in the home, I think it was an elderly gentleman. Do you have do you have within your standard operating procedures clear guidelines in terms of what it is, what the response time should be? If a call comes in for XYZ, this is the standard time that an officer should respond. Do you have that established within the service?
Yes, we do. We have. Actually, we are seeking to have a response time of 11 minutes.
you are seeking to have a response time of 11 minutes as standard for what type of calls? Or is it at 11 minutes across the board?
Yes, 11 minutes across the board.
Madam Commissioner, given your past experiences, do you think that is a realistic time frame to put out there for the public to accept?
We were able, from the calls recorded over the past 2021, 2020, 2022, recorded, we have a response time of about 12 minutes. That is as recorded, I believe, about 12 to 13 minutes. So, well, that is, as I said, of what we have recorded.
Recording 19 hours, would they?
Yeah. Those calls would mostly be the calls that go to the E999 response. So when you call 999, those are the calls we would really track.
Is that response you're talking about answering the phone or sending an officer to respond to the complaint? So just want clarity.
Sending an officer to respond.
Go on, Member Reps, right?
So, Madam Commissioner, as it is now in Trinidad and Tobago, the average response time for sending an officer is 12 minutes?
As far as was reported based on our tracking.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner.
But I just want to remind members that those reports are reports that went to the E999 command center.
No, not the police station. We want you to give us the police station.
So I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure exactly what the logistics is between calling E999 and then it going to the relevant police jurisdiction station to then get the relevant response. All I know is this. And maybe to some extent, this part is not all up to the commissioner, although I would also question, well, to some extent, why not, right? Who is in charge of this, if not her? And even if she's not in charge, to some extent, part of leadership of an institution is then, if necessary, to, kick some, and take some names in order to get the other parties, the other stakeholders in proper gear. Because 11 minutes to respond to E999 is not supposed to be an emergency. Maybe I misheard. Because I believe that was the point that was made. That was the point of clarification, right? Otherwise, it would be the response times of calls to the station. 11 minutes. You could pick a business clean in 11 minutes. Your home invasion, if you are looking to attack somebody, that could be over in 11 minutes. And it makes, I'll get to this point in the next story. It puts my position now in a conundrum with regards to, self-defense. I'll get to that later. But the long and short is, if 11 minutes, basically what you're saying is, I need to have an escape back door, and I just need to run forever. I can't just hope that, it'll take them sometime to get through my locks. What if at the end of the day, there's nowhere for me to go? Obviously, I can't get to my car if there's a home invasion and they've reached my front door. I'm not monitoring security cameras around my house 24/7. 11 minutes. Then, I mean, listen, it was almost as though Minister Ayanna Webster-Roy, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, she started chuckling. It's a bit ludicrous when you think about it. What is the point of an 11-minute response time? What's the point of it? You're not responding to the crime in progress. You're responding to a crime that happened. You just got word of it as it was in progress. But unless we have some very slow criminals there, chances are you're responding to a crime that's already over. That's what's going to be the case when you reach. But then there's another aspect to this. Another thing came out of it. And this goes back to my criticisms that I think is squarely on, one, service chiefs, and then two, the people that put them there and supposed to hold them accountable. And that would be the National Security Council. Independent Senator Paul Richards, and all of the members had a lot of questions, but I think a lot of the independent senators' questions were reported on and they stand out. He was asking about, with one exercise, he didn't see police officers using body cameras. And basically the response is quoted and said, and this is in one of the newspapers, this is in the Express, for those who want to see this is in the Express. Again, that would be a clear case of officers not following instructions. First of all, I would like to point out two things wrong with this statement. A clear case of officers not following the instructions. The fact that it happened is bad. And it should be grounds for severe disciplinary action, right? But the first word used, again, it implies something very, very concerning in that this ain't the first time. In fact, it seems to happen so much that, well, again, it's a case of this thing that's happening repeatedly. That's the implied meaning in the use of that word in the context of the statement made. I very much doubt she's speaking about one other instance and that's it. And I have asked this with regards to the Coast Guard, who seemingly just does not have the capacity to guard the coast. And I've asked this with regards to the usefulness of the Defense Force, who seemingly doesn't really have anything to defend and is not necessarily willing to figure out a proper mission for itself. Maybe they just don't have the funds for training, I don't know. But when field officers and junior officers, when the rank and file don't do what they're supposed to do, the junior officers are supposed to pull them up. The NCOs in the military are supposed to pull them up. Maybe the field officers even supposed to pull them up. And then when that group doesn't do what it's supposed to do, the senior officers, in some places you might call them flag officers, right? The guys with stars on their shoulder. 1 star, 2 star, because we have a few of those here, right? The brigadier, maybe even the colonels, right? Not necessarily senior officers on that level, but still, our Defense Force and Coast Guard are not that large, right? They will be senior. They're supposed to hold the junior officers, the field grade officers responsible. But what if they're not doing that? And I have to ask, what's going on to allow officers to go on exercise without their body cameras? Because when the TTPS has an issue with how the public perceives it, you already have bad customer service and interactions recorded on social media. Then you already have situations where police use of force at times have been questioned. This is a tool for transparency that potentially will give the officers cover in case anything goes wrong. But they see it fit not to use it, despite the fact that, one, it's in their best interest, and two, they've been ordered to use it. And much political hay has been made about the availability of body cameras. And I can understand the frustration now. Okay, those that we have, we're not even using, and it's not because there's any technical issue with it, it's just because they're not following instructions. The job of the person in charge of the police service is to ensure that her subordinates obey instructions, follow the rules, the policies set out on how to operate, and not deviate. Not go off on their own, do their own thing freelance. This ain't the Wild West, not yet. It might be looking like it, but it isn't yet. The fact that this happened at all, this is not supposed to happen once, much less rule breaking or disregarding of regulations frequently enough to utilize the word again. And then on top of that now, this is where the political leadership comes into play. The Minister of National Security, the National Security Council, the head of the National Security Council, cabinet, the executive, the head of the executive, the prime minister. There's some overlap there with all of those things, right? We elected them for a reason. They have oversight. Not all of the National Security Council is elected officials. But those that were elected essentially for a reason. You oversee the entirety of the government. And this is part of it. When they're not doing their job, when the boats for the Coast Guard aren't going out, when guys could call in sick, yeah, well, we're sick, we can't go out. Well, then why are you in the Coast Guard if you get so sick frequently that we can never have patrols? That COVID was coming in early 2020. We never really had a lockdown. We just went through the motions. We just had to suffer through. Meanwhile, we're still exposed. When police are not using the tool to protect themselves. Because, I mean, I guess they don't, right? I guess they don't. One of the last high-profile trials, they didn't need body camera footage to protect themselves. We couldn't even prosecute that. We had a witness that said 2 different accounts. She gave 2 different statements of record that contradicted each other. So I guess, why would they? They have cover, you know? They got the story right. One squad, one song, right? And if police officers don't like to hear that, the use of body cameras following these regulations, we're not saying go into a dangerous situation with your cars back in the car. We're not saying you could only shoot when fired upon, so you have to risk taking a bullet first. Body cameras don't endanger your life, do they? Are you afraid of recording things you're not supposed to know? You're the police. If you see crimes being committed, you're supposed to know about them, not turn a blind eye. So I don't understand. What is it? But I'll come back down to this. Because I suspected things like this was happening. I just don't know to what degree. In the Coast Guard, not so much in the defense force, but now there is verbal confirmation in the police service. Why do you think we have a 5% reduction only in murders with a 13% detection rate? Why? Because they're not even looking to do the proper things to protect themselves in the proper way. And when human beings don't feel the need for something, they won't do it, right? There's no pressing need for these police officers apparently to utilize body cameras. Why is that? And who's holding them accountable? And if the ones that's supposed to hold the officers accountable are not doing their job, they need to be disciplined as well, maybe removed. And if the ones up the chain, you keep going until somebody does their job and hold the people that need them accountable, otherwise they get rid of the lot. The lot. So it was almost comedic, really, the Joint Select Committee meeting. And it to some extent, because one of the reports reminded us, I believe, of the Prime Minister's statements about supporting the commissioner, and I don't get it. I don't see it. We need vetted units because there's corruption in the police. The government is saying that, you know. The implications go further. Just say it. By the way, they have back pay problems as well. We have the promotion issue as well. The lack of leadership from the police commissioner. I don't need a commissioner who could shoot a bullseye and apprehend criminals on her own. I need a police commissioner who could deal with administrative issues and leadership issues and deal with the disciplinary issues in the service, and apparently we don't have that. Why do we have it then? Also, I need a commissioner that can communicate well. We don't have that. Why do we have it then? Why? What is her purpose? This is, to be fair to Minister Hines, he has a much more informal role in the process and an indirect role. The commissioner has a much more direct role. And we're seeing someone who is seemingly very ill-equipped for the job. She wanted the job. She got the job. Apparently, she was the best candidate for the job. If this is the best, Lord help us. All right. I swear there were more topics to talk about, but I want to take another break. When we come back, we'll finish the daily review. I don't even know if we'll get into the queue this morning, but we'll finish the daily review. Stay tuned.
Fan Zone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, The Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
The newest book is here, Closer to the Church, the debut novel by author and former mayor Louis Lee Singh. Available at all the home store branches, Barataria, West Mall, Shogunas and C3 San Fernando. Paper-based bookshop 10 Nook Avenue, St. Anne's, WESN 30A Gattaca Street, Woodbrook. Metropolitan Bookshop, Ariapita Avenue, Woodbrook, and all RIK bookstores nationwide. Available online as paperback on Amazon.com and Kindle for e-readers. For more info, call 628-5835 or 389-6504. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh, I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, and Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People.
The issue, the continued rise in the price of flour and its impact on the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. How should we go about it? I want to ask you what has been revealed to you about the state of vulnerability in the country because of this exercise and because of what we're going through. Is the government losing the war on the vaccine front?
The discussion should revolve around the common good for the greatest number of people in Trinidad and Tobago.
How do we inculcate a sense of respect and regard for people who may not be of your own political ilk or persuasion?
The communities are now being used by political opportunists. So
when the tables are turned, it's the same way. Okay, this has been 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson, and we'll see you next time.
Is it politics? What is it? Is it that nobody cares about sports?
The kind of support that sport used to get in the past is no longer here.
The thing is, taking a knee doesn't mean that that's the only thing you're doing now, Andy.
Right.
Taking a knee along with other stuff.
Samantha, what are you looking forward to when you return home to Trinidad and Tobago after winning the title?
Thank you very much for speaking it into existence.
Is there no pressure on Nicholas Ball?
It makes me more motivated to work hard and to go out there and rep the red, white and black.
Why are we sending a team to the Winter Olympics?
There are a number of Trinbagonians who are in the diaspora and have grown up in winter sport. It's an opportunity that the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee will not close the door on.
I also believe in the players that we have. Once you can motivate the players, you can get the best out of them.
Welcome back to Talk About, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd just like people to know, to then go back to my first point of the show. We were supposed to have Janelle John Bates today, and of course, my co-host Keaton Shaw, he has been sick all week, so that's why he hasn't been able to do AM Prime, much less Talking Point with me. And I'd just like to remind people again to be careful out there. There is viruses going around, right? And Carnival, there's more proximity, more crowds. And the thing is, I'm not sure with regards to Janelle, and I don't think my co-host went to any sort of fets. But at the end of the day, you still interact with people who still interact with people, and eventually the chain goes to fets, to the airport, to international travel, etc., etc. We still go to supermarkets, we still go to shopping malls, we still potentially, We're not isolated, so just be careful. Now, that said, continuing on, just before we get into the next topic, right? This has all been slightly unplanned, but hey, sometimes the show is interesting that way. One last thing to mention, and I can't mention everything that has come out from this Joint Select Committee meeting, but I think this one was a doozy, right? But there's one last thing to get about. The show that has a police as one of the hosts/presenters, that also came up. The commissioner was asked with regards to the show, well, basically, the Independent Senator Paul Richards, he points out discrepancies between what the show presented and what the police's messaging was. And the commissioner responded saying, yes, the show should be a replica of the thoughts and sentiments of the organization's executives. And Senator Richards asked if that was happening, and the commissioner said something very curious again. There may be at times when the presenter is a bit averse to the thoughts of the organization. This is a police officer she's talking about. And Senator Richards had to interject. He's just questioning, you're telling us he's adverse to what the leadership of the TPS is saying? And apparently the show is being reviewed. Publicly. I just wanted to put it out there. That implies that publicly a senior police officer is somewhat disregarding the views and the thoughts and sentiments of the executive under which he serves as a senior superintendent of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. But let's move on to the next story. And this is where things get dicey for me, so I wanted to ensure that I bring this in here. And that is with regards to the whole notion of should there be more availability of private FULs and private firearms, right? Of course, one of the things is that the government is adverse to that. They're pointing to the large influx of weapons and ammunition. We haven't gotten a breakdown, right, with regards to how much of that was meant for the authorities and how much of that was for private consumption. So we don't have all the details yet, but the numbers were alarming, just on the face of it. I get that. But to some extent, that's a separate point, right? The question is, should the citizens be allowed to have their own guns to defend themselves? I know somebody that has a private firearm. I think they've had it for quite some time, well-trained, they practice it. And he said he doesn't even take out garbage, outside his house without his private firearm. He handles it responsibly, but he feels the need to have it available because of the fear of the times that we live in. Ain't that something? However, and I understand the sentiment, and when you add that with the fact that the response times are 11 minutes, and that's if you get a response. One of our directors was telling me a story where he's trying to make a report, and they're trying to pass the buck and say, no, here's the number for the station, call them. It's like, help me out now. Help me out now. And then there's even the question, why is it that police officers are answering phones? We're going to take someone who is trained to do policing, physical activity, blah, blah. Why don't we have administrators, civilians with specific training to do office functions and some of the customer service functions? Because apparently the police training ain't working out so many times, and we need to rethink that. But some experts have been warning about these sentiments of arming the population, of giving more people access to guns. They are warning about harsher measures, not just private citizens having firearms, but also with regards to harsher crime-fighting measures. Not really. When you look at the culture of criminal violence, it's actually uncertain if it will make a difference, right? Now, here's the thing. I think the elephant in the room is the detection rate. It doesn't matter what the penalty is if 85, 87% of them, in the case of murders, aren't going to get even arrested. We ain't talking about convictions yet. But then the question is, what happens when we arm more citizens? And on top of that, the suspicion now that we're going to have of people walking down our road, or even it came up as well. It came up in the JSC meeting. What about the fact that there's a situation, I think MP Ruda Munila and Senator Lashminial, they brought this up. Fake police, wearing fake police uniforms, or illegally accessed or purchased authentic police uniforms to commit crimes. They're not actual police. But now, when you get stopped late at night, you're driving home, a woman, I think Senator Lashminial made this question, you get stopped, do you trust that it's an actual police officer stopping you? We've seen the lights being confiscated. Not all police cars have all of the markings, right? The level of fear that some of our citizens have, the person I know that I spoke about earlier, he has a lot of training. Right? I'll be surprised if he is so jumpy that he uses his firearm irresponsibly. Not everybody's going to have that level of training. And we're in a position now where there's suspicion with regards to almost everybody we see that we don't know. And that includes police officers. I mean, police officers are disregarding instructions to wear body cams. That makes me suspicious as a private citizen who would think, hey, what are they trying to hide that they don't want to film? We arm the population. And this is something expressed by Professor Rhoda Reddock. We arm the population. Are we actually going to solve anything? One of the issues, of course, is the fact that, look, the crimes might still happen and some people might get gunned down because they enter into a gunfight and they're just not ready for it. But another thing is the fact that it's not really going to treat with the problem. And she made an interesting point. And I know that there are a lot of social workers in the country, more than we think, in our schools, trying, at least some of them. There are some who, they're just there for a job. But there are some who are there to actually try to hear that calling, have a sense of duty. And then she said, look, there are a lot of social workers, they train to do social work, and they complain that a lot of their job is processing social grants and not actually doing work to help people beyond just accessing a grant, but helping people seeing that they need. A lot of counselors, I meant to say. We have, to some extent, the support systems. I think they're being overwhelmed by the needs, by the lack of whatever we have in order to ensure that people could see about themselves. They need help. And I don't know if we could add more counselors and social workers to all these systems we have. I don't know if we could realistically add more. And therein lies one of the problems, that communities are being supported by the criminals and not by programs that are sustainable. Programs that are not just a plaster, but that will be a ramp for people to be uplifted and then go beyond the need of the program where they could help themselves. I don't know if arming the population is going to solve that. A lot of these criminals already think, I ain't going to live past my 20s anyway. I ain't going to live past my early 20s. They on borrowed time. They play with house money in their mind because the culture, the mentality that they have. They don't care about things like how we care about things. They don't see life like how we see life. That's how far gone it is. One of my callers a few months ago said, this generation is lost. I mean, the price we're going to have to pay, even if we just accept that, is astronomical. I don't think we fully understand. But at the same, on the other hand, it's 11 minutes to respond to a crime. So what is left for us to do? But here's the best part. Who gives out the firearm users licenses? Not the police. Who does all the checks? Who goes through and processes all the paperwork? Not the police. Who's in charge of that? There's an election coming in 2025. I'm not saying that the PNM has to be voted out. I'm saying that our voices need to be heard, whoever's voted in, so that we don't get a repeat of this set of circumstances. Vote somebody new, demand change from what's in the incumbent. I don't care how it happens. I just care that it happens. There was more to address. There's some concerns with regards to locusts. And of course, there's still concerns with Venezuela. The prime ministers in the states with talking to the officials there. There might be more exercises with regards to helping deal with regional crime, with regards to trafficking, human, gun, drugs, interdiction missions, joint training missions. All that is well and good, but we have serious problems with accountability and transparency in our own police service, as well as we have a serious social and cultural issue that is leading young men not just to be criminals. This is different. This is something like suicide criminals, essentially, because they ain't in it for the long run. They're not afraid of a short life, and they're definitely not afraid of anything that we could do to them to punish them. So then how do we get out as a society with them out of this doldrums? I just want to see something positive happen. I still believe, but let's take a break now here. We love the phone lines if anybody wants to join in on this. Who saw that Joint Select Committee meeting? What's your comments on that? I'm curious to know, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that I missed. I didn't watch the whole thing, I admit that. Tell me what I missed, or maybe what I got wrong, when we come back after this.
Is it politics? What is it? Is it that nobody cares about sports?
The kind of support that sport used to get in the past is no longer here.
The thing is, taking a knee doesn't mean that that's the only thing you do in Andre.
Right.
Taking a knee along with other stuff.
Samantha, what are you looking forward to when you return home to Trinidad and Tobago after winning the title?
Thank you very much for speaking it into existence.
Is there no pressure on Nicholas Ball?
It makes me more motivated to work hard and to go out there and rep the red, white and black.
Why are we sending a team to the Winter Olympics?
There are a number of Trinbagonians who are in the diaspora and have grown up in winter sport. It's an opportunity that the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee will not close the door on.
I also believe in the players that we have. Once you can motivate the players, you can get the best out of them.
I am Rondell Donowa, attorney at law and host of Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. Strictly Legal is a legal program geared towards informing you, the public, of your legal rights, responsibilities, and remedies. So be viewing Thursdays, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN Content Capital.
The issue, the continued rise in the price of flour and its impact on the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. How should we go about it? I want to ask you, what has been revealed to you about the state of vulnerability in the country because of this exercise and because of what we're going through? Is the government losing the war on the vaccine front?
The discussion should revolve around the common good for the greatest number of people in Trinidad and Tobago.
How do we inculcate a sense of respect and regard for people who may not be of your own political ilk or persuasion?
The communities are now being used by political opportunists. So
when the tables are turned, it's the same way. Okay, this has been 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson, and we'll see you next time.
Join me, Sule A. Joseph, as I delve into the day-to-day psychological issues plaguing our society. We will discuss behaviors that encompass the biological influences, social pressures, and environmental factors that affect how you think, act, and feel. Site, Thursdays at 11:30 a.m., only on WESN, Content Capital.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Welcome back to Talking About, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been informed we only have one phone line operating. I apologize. I know when this happens, the situation can get even worse. The phone number should be up on your screen, 628-4578. So call in, have your say. I don't know if we have a caller right now, or do we not? We do. We do have a caller from Santa Cruz on the line. Good morning, caller. You on there?
Good morning. Good morning. This is a nice, clear line. Good morning, Sean.
Morning, Miss Santa Cruz.
I have to say I agree with everything you said this morning. I did catch a look at parts of that Joint Select Committee. And I hate to use stereotypes, but I don't know if you're familiar with the dumb blonde stereotype. I felt really bad. I said, my goodness, this lady is sitting there and seems as though she does not know what she's doing. Wasn't responsive in an authoritative way. And when she said 11 minutes for a response time, my eyes almost popped out of my head, because it's like, what? I call 999 because I have an emergency, and you're telling me it's going to take you that long to get to me? And her responses, the look on her face, it was as though she was there not knowing what on earth she's supposed to be doing, not taking charge of her position. How could you tell me that someone that represents your agency is on national television and you're saying that that person isn't always responding to what goes along in your organization? And as much as I was happy to hear that we have our first female police commissioner, I am very disappointed to say that she is not the one that should be there. And if she, as you said, was the best candidate out of the bunch, then I see no hope for any change in the crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'll drop the mic right here. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, caller. I mean, it's not that I want to be agreed with, but it's good to know that I am not going off the rails. Sometimes maybe I do, right? Sometimes I need to be in check. The thing is, and again, the phone number's up on your screen. Please, if you want to call, don't hesitate, because then especially now when we only have one phone line, and we get calls back to back, somebody is not going to get through. And it happens. Even on days when we don't seemingly have a lot of callers, it happens. I know it happens because then I get told after the fact by the callers. But I just like to say this, I understand the situation is not easy. I get that. It's not going to be easy. And even if we get the right person, it's not going to look good and it's not going to be fast, right? But yes, it's hard not to think that, oh boy, where do we go from here? Because I don't know if there's a better candidate. That's the thing. I don't. We have a caller on the line from Shogunas. Good morning, caller. You're on the air.
Good morning. Time to spit in the wind again.
I know, right? Good morning, Professor.
I have explained to you the problem with this thing is law and order. Simple as that. We make no attempt to enforce our laws. And how we judge that is by our administrative report. And look at the police you talk about. They don't have revenue. I have gone through and show you we don't have revenue because we don't want revenue. Right? We had one of the best taxation systems in the world, a very progressive system. We destroyed it. Look what we do with property tax. Right? And we hided it. The reason we hided it is because they know they do stupidness. Right? And once you sit down with this sort of secretive government, you only have secretive government when you deliberately want to do something wrong with it. Look, you have a police administrator, whether ambassador come on your program, and he find every reason for the police not doing the work. When I was in the public service, you found every reason to do the work. And that is the problem. Any question?
No, Professor. Well, yeah, no questions, no questions. It's just that...
But you agree with me, but you forget
the representatives are, you know, they are limited in what they could say because they're not the commissioner.
Really?
Right? Yeah, to some extent, yes.
Before you go to a program with that, you have to get your authority or your senior officer.
Well...
And the permanent secretary.
Well, Professor, the problem is the authority does not know how to handle the public relations. Not this time, not this one, not this one, not this one. But thank you for that. That point is very much important. And some people might say, hey, we have no proof of that. But what the professor said is right. Why are you hiding? And I kind of implied this, but he said it directly, right? And to some extent, it might seem unfair. What is there to hide with the government? What is there to hide with the police service? Not using body cameras. But I think to some extent the professor's approach is right. Hey, it looks bad. And we should assume there's something bad. And we should demand for more information. Otherwise, why do you expect us to just sit back and think, oh, everything is fine and nothing is wrong? Right? I think we've tolerated it for too long and we've put up with it for too long and now we take it for granted. But more often than not, there's probably fire where we see smoke. We have a caller from St. Augustine on the line. Good morning.
Hello. Hello, morning.
Morning.
First question is, how did this lady do an interview? Sorry for the lady. Did the commissioner do an interview to get that job?
Went through the whole process apparently and was apparently the best of the bunch. I have heard that from police officers, of course, who weren't part of the process, so I think they don't have evidence of that, to be fair.
Yeah, but she didn't even answer a question properly. She didn't even give a... I don't know. Is this... Will we hear then that this is the second mistake that a certain person make and appointing a commissioner of police?
It just might be.
The person said they made a mistake already. The biggest mistake they make is appointing a certain commissioner. Is this the second mistake they will make? And we will accept that? Have a good day.
Thank you, caller. That's a good point. Here's the thing. The deputy commissioner of police and the assistant commissioners and so forth, the other people that in other joint select committee meetings, and I didn't really watch the whole thing, so I don't know how they handle themselves, although there's one photo in one of the daily newspapers where all of them look depressed. It's like they all know that they come into the tests and they don't have the answers and they're failing. That's what the looks on their face reminds me of. There have been times when the deputy commissioner looked a little bit better than the commissioner. Just because you're confident in speaking doesn't mean you're actually better, to be fair, but at least that's one of the roles where he has a leg up over his superior. I don't know if there's anybody else, but you might be right. This still might not be a good idea. I miss her predecessor, the acting commissioner, Malcolm Joseph. I miss him, believe it or not. We have a caller from San Fernando on the line. Good morning.
Good morning, Sean. Hello?
Yeah, morning. You're on here.
This is the third time I've seen that joint select committee with the police service. I think this is the second time the commissioner herself appeared, because she didn't appear the first time. It was, looking at that was horrendous. And that is putting it kindly. Now, two things I want to focus on. from that meeting yesterday. One was that response time that they talked about, that 11 minutes. And I think, in my opinion, the context in which it's, Ayanna Webster-Roy may have taken it the same as I am taking it. Because I was surprised that they said, well, the president, she wants to bring it down to 12 minutes, to 11 minutes, but she says between 12 and 13 minutes. I am surprised of that response time. I think that is not true in terms of, it is too, that 11 or 12 minutes is unbelievable, to say the least. Because the police does not respond in that length of time, Sean. They take even longer than that. Even longer than that. So I was surprised on the opposite side of what you were saying. You were saying that you are shocked that it takes that long. I am shocked that they're saying it takes that quickly. Because I don't believe that. Or based on all what you hear people talk about, and a couple of times I had called them, that 11 or 12 minutes is ridiculous. I know it takes longer than that. That's the first thing. The second thing is the Beyond the Tape program, right? And with respect to Senior Superintendent Alexander, there are other ambassadors, ASP Ali, Arun, Ford. There's one in Tobago. Let me tell you something about. I look at all of them to get at this. Alexander, ASP, not ASP, but Senior Superintendent Alexander, is the only one that speaks of the ills in the police service. I don't know if you have looked at his program. He is the one that criticizes his own on a regular basis, unlike the others. And I talk about very constructive criticism he gives them. And I think that is the issue that the commissioner is having and talking about the review of that program. Because he makes no bones about it when he criticizes his own. I mean, it's a different program because of where it comes from, but it is a very informative program. But that particular person, criticizes the service, the ills of the service, and I think that is what they have a problem with. Have a good day, Sean.
Thank you, caller. Thank you for that. Because I'll be honest, a few times I've watched Beyond the Tape, I did not get anything quite like that. But I don't necessarily watch it all the time. So thank you for that. And right, this is what makes the situation complex, because for us, that's good. In a way, that is good, right? You're correct to point that out. Technically speaking, in a perfect world, the fact that it has to happen at all is bad. And he's not right in going against his superiors, but obviously, you know, when things are going that bad with the ship, you need somebody to be willing to admit, hey, we're sinking, right? We're not just here to protect the reputation of the officers and the captain and the navigator. We're sinking. Somebody listen to me so we could actually do something about it. So it's a catch-22, because I do believe that Senator Richards and the point he was making was a principled one, which in a vacuum out of context does matter. But you're right to point out that right now, with what we're going through, with what is happening, because when you take out the context of what he's actually saying and what potentially they might have an issue with, if you take out the details, you just kind of, the fact that, hey, he's not playing ball. Yeah, that on principle is bad, but not playing ball with what? Because we don't need a set of yes men right now, right? There are critics of Alexander. He's not perfect, but if he is willing to put his reputation and position on the line to be real, I could respect that. I could respect that, right? It is what it is. I mean, we need whistleblowers, but unfortunately, whistleblowing protection is one of those weird things where, to some extent, I don't know if you really understand the threats to a whistleblower because they're so informal and hidden, and to some extent, they shouldn't happen at all, right? They're unethical. And to some extent, they're not even official or structured or planned or organized. they're just informal and indirect, and they kind of happen behind the scenes. People don't even have to say it. You know, the mistrust you might get from your peers and people pulling away from you and don't want to be associated, and it's a hell of a thing, right? So I could appreciate him doing that. And the thing about it is, yes, he has a different platform to the media ambassadors, so he has a greater capacity to talk. Apparently, maybe not for long. And maybe, I don't know if he put his hat in the ring, if other superintendents put their hat in the ring to be commissioner of police, right? Maybe Erla wasn't necessarily the best, maybe she was just the most senior. And long-time viewers of the show will know what I think about that when you're promoting based off of seniority and not on merit. Because, as one of the callers said before, what was the process to interview and hire this person? I don't care how much academic achievement she has, how much certificates she has to her name, and how many years of service she's had. It depends on what was the quality of the service. To be fair, she was pretty high up. I think she was assistant commissioner of police. So you can't be all bad, in theory, to reach so high. Except we are in a society where seniority is seemingly valued over meritocracy. Over merit, over the individual achievements and skills that someone brings to the table that has been proven by good work, by good results, doing things the right way. You could get results doing things the wrong way. That's a house of cards that will eventually collapse and fall down. So how far was the net? Did the best candidate even present themselves to be commissioner? And do we keep what we have now? I don't know. I really don't know. Sorry. I shouldn't say that. That is literally me trying to be kind and not trying to be harsh to an individual who doesn't deserve to have the wrath of the nation descend upon her, right? She shouldn't be vilified. She's just doing a job and we're not satisfied in the job that she's doing. And it's something of an important job. It potentially is more important than Minister of National Security and is more important in some respects to this situation than the Prime Minister, because that position has the most direct impact. We have a caller from San Juan. I don't know if it's the same caller. Good morning, caller. You on here?
There's one more thing I wanted to say, Sean.
Sure.
You know, when you look at the three select committees that they had with the police that I've seen, you know, when you in the U.S. you have the president, right? Mm-hmm. And then the president have a point man, which is the chief of staff. In our scenario with the police service, there's a commissioner, and then sitting beside the commissioner, there's a gentleman called Kurt Simon. And let me tell you this. The commissioner goes to Mr. Simon almost all the time. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Simon kind of leave her on her own. She always goes to Mr. Simon to answer those difficult questions. But she was pressed this time. You know, Mr. Simon, I put it out there, Mr. Simon, I don't think his name was in the hat for commissioner. But Mr. Simon is a better leader, and from what I have seen on those select committees, in terms of his answers, in terms of how he gets down into the facts, than Mrs. Christopher. And I think they need to review that, and that one year contract, that 1 year comes up, they need to not renew her contract. Have a good day.
Thank you, caller. Yes. I think it's the same person that I was alluding to. Right? So I could have gotten this wrong. If I did, I apologize. But it might be the very same person that, yes, DCP, the Deputy Commissioner, the one that we have, because the other three, the process last I saw was not finished yet. He seems to be better equipped. So the question is, what happened? I can't remember, I'm sorry to say, who applied, but I think it's fairly obvious. And you're implied as such. I think it's fairly obvious. If he is answering the hard questions, for all intents and purposes, he's doing her job. In those other Joint Select Committee meetings, she's doing her job. In fact, to some extent, when you get into high-level situations like this, right, let's just take America again, because you pointed out that there's a chief of staff and a press secretary for the White House. But at the end of the day, the president has to be seen, you know, leading and speaking. Otherwise, you're just a figurehead, and the other people, the mouthpieces, they actually get more attention than you. That's not a good thing. So when we get now into military and paramilitary organizations, or even in boardroom settings, isn't the leader the one who wants to speak in front of the big people, in front of his superiors? You don't want your junior, your backup, your deputy, your assistant to be doing the talking for you in front of your superiors. You want to look good before them. Now, maybe she's reached as high as she could go. There's no other position after Commissioner of Police, right? Not everybody in service then wants to go on into civilian public service. Minister of National Security, etc., etc., etc. But even then, you know, usually the ambitious ones, they would want to set themselves up for a consultation job, XYZ, blah, blah. Maybe she doesn't want to do that, so she has no personal incentive to look good. And sometimes it's disingenuous. Sometimes the person doing that, hey, the assistant did all the work, but I'm going to present it as though I'm the one in charge and I did everything and I haven't handled anything, right? But we can't even get that from our current commissioner. So I think you're right. The implication is we should give DCP Simon a chance. Why not? At the very least, it will be a side grade. Probably an upgrade in some areas. I don't think the situation could get worse. Maybe I'm wrong. But he's already part of the executive leadership of the police service, so to some extent. Now, that is an argument that things might not necessarily improve. But at this point, because think about how long it's going to take to officially choose her replacement. It took them, they already muffed replacing Gary Griffith in a spectacular way. And it falls onto the Prime Minister and the cabinet and the politicians, not the police service itself. But yeah, if she can't get her own officers to wear body cameras, and that's one of the highly charged, controversial issues that rears its ugly head in politics, then really, the implication is she has no control over her own subordinates. So how are we supposed to be confident that she could have a crime plan? Can't do proper administration, HR and industrial relations functions with the TTPS. How can we be confident then that she will be able to have the much more complex crime plan? Can't communicate, doesn't have the answers at hand, doesn't seem to be someone that is doing the work on a day-to-day basis. How can we be confident that she can have a crime plan? Even if somebody builds it for her, unless she just delegates it completely, make it, pick it, do it. She is the commissioner. It's her job to, at the very least, say, present me options of different plans and I will pick the best one. And ideally, she, with her expertise and experience, will be guiding the details of these plans, the main points of these plans, right? That's why she's there. If we wanted someone who is just a face and a mouthpiece to look good in front of the voters and in front of the cameras, we have politicians for that. This is supposed to be one of the technical experts. She's not even a good politician, but it seems as though her appointment was more political than practical. There's a part of me that actually is disliking this part of it, right? You laugh at it with how ludicrous it seems, and Mr. Sanfernando, that point, I almost forgot, that point about why are we surprised? Why did we think it's so short? 11 minutes? You're right. I think it depends on how you classify the statistics, how you make up the information, classify the information to make up the various analysis. And maybe there are instances, because we've had a few good reports where a robbery happened and police were able to intercept the robbers almost right away, recover the stolen goods. you know, within 5 minutes, something like that. Those instances, it might be an average, and those instances, it might be padding the stats. And maybe some of the other instances, they don't count for whatever technical reason. But you're right. 11 minutes, when you think about it, seems kind of fast in a country where, I don't know, I have never heard of the police responding in a quick manner to anything. I just haven't heard it, not on the papers, because there are a couple of examples in the papers, not a lot. Let's be real, it's not a lot. But I, in real life, have not heard of quick response in any aspect of people I know directly or me and my family personally. I'm heard it, haven't seen it. And it's not that often on the news that we see it. So, is this a top spirited man situation? I don't even know if and when the question of replacing the commissioner will be at hand. But I think, given how long the process was the last time, and I get it, the political mishandling extended the process. So, in theory, it's not going to be a year again, we hope. But maybe they should start the process sooner rather than later. Because if Gary Griffith was a mistake, and I understand it, I understand some of the arguments, I'll just close with this. Which one is the bigger mistake, Gary or Euler? I leave that to you to decide. I'm not going to say. But for all his faults, I at least saw some positives. Some might say they're few and far between, but I at least saw some positives out of Mr. Griffith. And I had my disagreements with him too, with how he handled so many things. I did, I really did. But there were some things that I thought he handled well, to be fair to that gentleman, individual. Unfortunately for this commissioner, for this lady, I don't know. If it was some other type of job, then we won't be that hard. But lives on the line. Folks, I am way over time. So I'll just say this. At the end of the day, we can make it a good day if we try, as my coach always says. And even with all that was said, it might seem very hopeless, but I still believe in TNT. Stay safe out there. We will see each other tomorrow. I will see you. You'll see me tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.
WESN.
Boss lady, it's 2024 and you're still accepting drinks from random strangers? Nah! We're drinking smart to avoid any chance of date rape, so drink smart to be safe. This carnival, we love to drink, 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 and party till the morning come. Whoa, but do it smart. We're drinking smart. But oh!
Drink, 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 and party till the morning come. Yeah. Watch out with us.
My name is Carl Media, and I'm the founder and the host of Ever Increasing Voice Ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
The newest book is here, Closer to the Church, the debut novel by author and former mayor Louis Lee Singh. Available at all the Home Store branches, Barataria, West Mall, Shogunas and C3 San Fernando. Paper-based bookshop 10 Nook Avenue, St. Anne's. WESN 30A Gattaca Street, Woodbrook. Metropolitan Bookshop, Ariapita Avenue, Woodbrook, and all RIK bookstores nationwide. Available online as paperback on Amazon.com and Kindle for e-readers. For more info, call 628-5835 or 389-6504. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh, I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, and Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, The Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
The issue, the continued rise in the price of flour and its impact on the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. How should we go about it? I want to ask you what has been revealed to you about the state of vulnerability in the country because of this exercise and because of what we're going through. Is the government losing the war on the vaccine front?
The discussion should revolve around the common good for the greatest number of people in Trinidad and Tobago.
How do we inculcate a sense of respect and regard for people who may not be of your own political ilk or persuasion?
The communities are now being used by political opportunists. So
when the tables are turned, it's the same way. Okay, this has been 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson, and we'll see you next time.
Is it politics? What is it? Is it that nobody cares about sports?
The kind of support that sport used to get in the past is no longer here.
The thing is, taking a knee doesn't mean that that's the only thing you're doing now, Andy.
Right.
Taking a knee along with other stuff.
Samantha, what are you looking forward to when you return home to Trinidad and Tobago after winning the title?
Thank you very much for speaking it into existence.
Is there no pressure on Nicholas Ball?
It makes me more motivated to work hard and to go out there and rep the red, white and black.
Why are we sending a team to the Winter Olympics?
There are a number of Trinbagonians who are in the diaspora and have grown up in winter sport. It's an opportunity that the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee will not close the door on.
I also believe in the players that we have. Once you can motivate the players, you can get the best out of them.
People really want to know, what about me? Where do I fit? Yes. What is in the ride for me in terms of a better Trinidad and Tobago? And I'm pleased to shed some light on that.
The purpose of bail is to ensure your attendance at court. That's it. It is not punitive. It is not rehabilitative.
We, the police officers, we are professional, and we are here for whenever the survivor is ready to come forward.
We have the right to private and family life, the right to religious freedoms and beliefs and thoughts and expression. But these rights are not absolute. Certain rights can be limited.
The law is to govern the whole. It's for all of us in public.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on WhatsApp Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
WhatsApp Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
Young at heart, purpose-driven, patriot even. When you like to party, still passionate about discussing important issues, the only place where your needs will be met is WESN, Content Capital.
interest, some measures, short-term measures. They are nice, useful for sure, but that's not enough. I think that today, political decision makers should be clear and answer to only one little question. Does agriculture still have a strategic meaning for the European Union? And what does the European Union still want its farmers? So do we accept that in order to be able to do the ecological transition that we need, that we desperately need, we need more growth, more agricultural production, while at the same time decreasing the footprints. This is doable. There is no problem. There is a pathway to succeed, which means that we need to invest. We need to bet on agriculture and to invest. And this is the point, this is the true question that farmers are willing to hear some answers. Not only saying, yes, we'll do it, the CAP more simple, we'll decrease the administrative burden. Okay, it has been the subject of discussion for years. Now this is the right time when people should answer this question. Do we want a European agriculture? Do we need growth? Do we need farmers? Or just are we happy to import more?
OK, I think I understand your point clearly. Thank you very much indeed. Unfortunately, we'll have to leave it there, but I appreciate your time. Yves Mad talking to us there from the think tank Farm Europe. Now let's take a closer look at some of those protests here in France by farmers, because all week now, farmers have closed off parts of the motorway around Paris, setting up roadblocks and snarling traffic. And like in Brussels, the farmers want help with taxation and regulations. Today, the government said it is listening. Here's a little from the French Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal.
Throughout Europe, our farmers are facing a crisis, one that also concerns our neighbours. How can we keep our farmers going when the red tape keeps piling up and holding them back, and sometimes makes them lose sight of the value of their work? Is there a future for our farming sector? Of course, the answer is yes. And since 2017, we've been taking action to show that.
Well, our reporter Caris Garland is covering the farmers' protest this week, and today she spoke to a group of farmers at one roadblock outside of Paris to get their reaction to what the Prime Minister had to say.
They got out the TV, they listened to Gabriel Attal and the other ministers speak, during which many had knitted brows and others complete poker faces. Others, though, simply walked away after a few minutes. It's very difficult to listen, it's very noisy, there's still lots of motorists honking their horns nearby. But in the end, unions are saying, look, this is very general and a little bit cloudy. There are lots of measures that were announced, and they want clearer, more precise, clearer and actually more clearer measures that they can really understand. And until they really study, people are a bit hesitant to say, okay, this is enough. In fact, we heard from that main union, the FNSEA, say, at the moment, there's no, it's not a question to lift these blockades that are on the highways around Paris. So for now, farmers are very much ready to stay here. The barbecue's still going, the fire's still going, the beer's still flowing. So for the moment, we're staying here. The union is giving an official response, though.
Caris Garland reporting for us there. Now in other world news, and to Gaza, where the health ministry says more than 150 people have been killed in the last 24 hours, bringing the death toll in the enclave since October 7th to over 27,000 lives. There is then still no let up in the aerial bombardment, nor the fighting on the ground between Hamas and the Israeli army. But momentum does appear to be building towards a new ceasefire. The Hamas leader, Ismail Haniyeh, is due in Cairo today to discuss the possible truce, which would include the release of Israeli hostages still held in Gaza. With more details, here's Jordana Miller in Jerusalem.
All the parties are at the table. Momentum seems to be growing, as well as pressure from the United States, which has always helped. It played a critical role in getting the sides to agree to the last hostage deal in November. So the good news is that the talks are intense and active. The bad news is that we haven't really heard that there's been a real breakthrough on the wider long-term vision for Gaza. There's still huge gaps between the parties. Again, Hamas wants the war to end. It wants every soldier to leave the Gaza Strip. It wants all of the jailed Palestinian criminals here in Israel released early. Israel, on the other side, wants to only agree to a pause, even though it may be 6 weeks or 10 weeks or 12 weeks. It wants to keep the option open of continuing this war because it feels that it has not met its goal of dismantling Hamas and pushing it out of the Gaza Strip. Israel also has made it quite clear, even though there's opposition to this from Washington, that it wants to hold and keep a security buffer, perhaps as large as 1 kilometer or more, along the whole eastern side of the Gaza Strip to ensure that its civilians can come back to some of those communities that were so devastated on October 7th. And of course, the big sticking point is that Hamas still wants to retain some control of the Gaza Strip, a role in post-war Gaza, and that is absolutely, a non-starter for Israel, the United States, and many other Western leaders. So the big issue is still outstanding. Could we see the United States, Qatar, and Egypt convince the parties to agree to a first phase of this deal? Say, hey, guys, let's try to work out a larger plan, but let's implement now what can already be done. Let's let out about 40 Israeli hostages, the women who are civilians, the elderly, the injured. Let's get them out and we'll pause the fighting for somewhere between 1 to 2 months and then take it from there. Maybe that is the best we will see for now, which will be still something positive given how desperate and how much anguish the families of hostages here in Israel feel, and they have really ramped up their pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to cut some deal to get their loved ones out.
Jordana Miller for us there. Now today, Armenia has joined the International Criminal Court, and Yerevan is hoping to use the court's judicial mechanisms to protect itself against Azerbaijan. The two countries have been locked into military conflicts since the 90s, particularly over the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region. Now, last year, Azerbaijan took control of the enclave in a lightning offensive, leading to the exile of over 100,000 Armenians. 4 months on, how are they coping in Armenia? Our team in the country have sent us this report.
In the shadow of Mount Ararat, the town of Masis is a refuge for some 10,000 Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. This kindergarten has been transformed into temporary housing. Some 60 people are trying to build a new life here, like Lena, who shares this small room with her nephew and his wife.
We left without taking anything, not even clothes. Then we came here. But everyone treats us very well. They accept us.
It's cold, isn't it?
Mikhail is a blacksmith. During the exodus, he couldn't take his tools, and work is scarce in Armenia. The $100 stipend the government gives him every month isn't enough to find decent housing.
It's a small place here. And on top of that, they're evicting us in March. We don't know where we're going or what we're going to do.
Uncertainties mixed with the fragile hope of one day returning home.
They're going to do something. They're not going to give up Nagorno-Karabakh.
I think it'll stay the same.
No, it just needs a little time.
As well as their day-to-day struggles, morale is at an all-time low. They are mourning the loss of their former lives, with no prospects for the future. More than 100,000 people have fled Nagorno-Karabakh, now under Azerbaijani control. The September 19 offensive is fresh in everyone's mind.
After all these wars, the 90s, 2020, when the war started on September 19th, it was terrible. We had no idea we were going to survive. It happened without warning. A single day seemed as long as the 44-day war. This is where the 6 of us live.
The monthly aid promised by the government has so far only been paid to around 10% of the refugees.
We can't live without this income, and I'm well registered. I have Armenian citizenship, but I don't receive the aid.
Now what we need most is a house. The rest we can create through hard work.
The government assures them that they are looking for housing solutions in case of eviction, and the delays in payments are explained by an apparent lack of data on refugees and cases of fraud.
We continue to create all the conditions to meet the basic needs of these people, which is why we don't see any refugee camps or street demonstrations. All our European partners tell us that it would be hard to imagine a European country managing such a crisis in 4 to 5 days. This was possible thanks to the warm attitude and motivation of our population to support our compatriots in Nagorno-Karabakh. With government resources alone, it would have been difficult to achieve such a result.
Local and international volunteers still provide humanitarian aid. The NGO All for Armenia also organizes sporting and cultural activities. An outlet for these children. For a brief moment, Mark and Gari can escape before returning home. Today, 7 people live in Lida's small house. In September, she had to house 30 members of her family from Nagorno-Karabakh for almost a month.
It was chaotic. On the floor, there were 3 mattresses and blankets everywhere. My mother slept on them with 3 children, my mother-in-law, and my sister-in-law. There were 12 of them in the room. It wasn't difficult for us, but it was hard to see a newborn sleeping on the floor. But it wasn't so bad. We helped each other out.
Since what they now refer to as the events of September, Gülnar, like many others, spends her days waiting and hoping. Around 70 households have chosen to stay close to the border.
It's close to Artsakh, an hour and a half's walk, and we're in our village. That's why we're here. If they give it back to us, we'll be able to go back in no time.
Nowadays, they worry mainly about work.
We're not going to receive aid forever. You have to work to live. But where?
Who can we ask for help? We're not just 1 or 2, but 120,000 people. Armenians have always lived with hope. And their hope always depends on someone else. Karabakh is behind these mountains, like a cemetery. I'm 45 years old. For 45 years I've lived in Karabakh. And now a new life, new people, new rules.
On the border, fears persist of an Azerbaijani advance into the Sunnik region, which would put Gülnar and her family on the front line.
And that report from Armenia brings us to the end of the programme. Thanks for watching, and do stay with us here on France 24.
In South Korea, as the number of marriages plummets, many men are going to Vietnam to find the one.
나이 잠깐 더 먹고 한 사람 더 먹으니까 중요하다 보잖아요. 거의 중요하잖아요. 거의 가라리니까.
Pre-arranged meetings can lead to weddings in under 48 hours.
Dạ có. Em nghĩ là tình cảm sẽ phải từ từ dần dần bồi đắp vậy ạ.
But for these women, the future is not always rosy.
Most of the foreign, they expect a lot of things in Korea. In reality, everything is changed.
Watch South Korea, for better or for worse, in Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
I'm Rochelle Harrison-Pless in Sydney. Whether it's an environmental story, business feature or breaking news, I report on the stories that matter from across Australia and New Zealand here on France 24.
Rochelle Harrison-Pless, one of the 200 France 24 correspondents around the world.
WESN.
And this year, we want to have a safe carnival, just like every other carnival. So this year, we're talking a smart carnival. We're talking safety measures against real threats. We're going to vet smart, we're going to play smart, and move smart, because it's all about rum, gal, and money. Not that no call way, no time for folly. We jamming whole day. Jamming on the roadway. If you see me in a Benz or a Beamer, hustle hard for me.
WESN.
Good day and welcome to a new episode of Strictly Legal on WESN, Content Capital. I am your host, Rondell Dono, attorney at law. Once again, I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy to bring the law and you. Of course, you can stream us on WESN platforms as well as traditional media and our podcast, Strictly Legal with Rondell Dono. Today, we are going to go into the medical legal type of program today, where we are going to speak about the legal implications of medical malpractice, patient rights and responsibility. And I have none other than Mr. Robert Otway, who is a very experienced attorney at law, having been called to the bar in Trinidad and Tobago on July 1977. I believe he started practicing law in 1977. Of course, he has been partner in Lex Caribbean, Hammersmith & Co., where he headed the civil litigation department. In 95, he would have set up his own practice, which he has been carrying under the name of Otway & Associates up to today, continuing the work of medical legal claims, which includes, including against doctors and private institutions, and also representing public hospitals through the relevant regional health authorities. Mr. Otway continues to work, although he's currently, as he said, in semi-retirement in Mexico. So that's why we'll be joining him via Zoom today. And of course, I'm very honored to have him as a guest to specifically to speak about the whole issue of medical negligence. So I will bring him on now. Good day. Well, it's still morning. It's about 2 hours behind, as you said. Mr. Otway, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you, Rondell. Pleasure to be here. One slight correction. The first name is Robin.
Robin. Why am I saying Robert? Robin.
Batman,
Robin, yes. My apologies. I'm so sorry. Yes,
That's
Robin.
all right.
Robin Otway. Yes. So how are you?
I'm going fine, thanks. Enjoying life in Mexico.
Nice, lovely. Yeah, the weather looks lovely over there.
Yeah,
At least from what I'm
right.
seeing.
it gets really hot, like 44 degrees yesterday.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. That calls for AC weather. But in any event, we are speaking about medical malpractice, particularly in our jurisdiction, Trinidad and Tobago, as well. I mean, of course, this type of law, area of law, is also widely known in the Caribbean and the world. So let's just get into what are the elements, or rather, the legal definition of medical negligence.
Could I first start with the general definition of negligence,
sure,
which is a very wide application. Could apply to a motor car accident, somebody falling in a hole along a street and claiming that a borough council or governmental authority is responsible, somebody hitting another person. It's very wide ranging, and it's defined as the failure, this is negligence generally, to exercise the care towards others which a reasonable or prudent person would do in the same or similar circumstances, and it can consist of acts or omissions when there's a duty, where there is some duty to act, for example, to help a victim of your previous conduct. Coming now specifically to the medical legal aspect, how negligence is seen in medical negligence cases. And there are two fundamental questions to be asked there. Now, we don't have anything like what you might call a Bill of Rights for patients who may want to bring a medical legal action. So the definitions come from what we lawyers call the common law, that is, precedents of judgments delivered by the courts and which have been accepted over the years. And this one is very much the definition that is followed generally in the Commonwealth. It comes out of an English case. And the first question is, has the doctor practiced up to a standard expected of a reasonably competent medical practitioner in the particular field? The standard expected of a reasonably competent medical practitioner in the particular field. Now, I'm going to come back to the words "the particular field" in a bit.
Indeed.
The second fundamental test, when a doctor follows a particular practice, and this can apply, I think, in particular to surgery, where a particular operation is being carried out in a particular way. So the second fundamental question in terms of the practice, how the doctor does his work, has the doctor adopted a practice accepted as proper by a responsible body of medical opinion in the same field? So we come back to the word field, particular field earlier, same field. So the question there, in terms of the particular field, if a general practitioner were to undertake something that was considered a specialist task, he would be judged by the standards of this specialty. If he's unable to meet those standards, then he will be held negligent for undertaking work beyond his competence. Do you think Rondell have expressed that in a way that's not too sort of legalese?
Indeed. So basically we are saying that, of course, the standard of proof is what is reasonable. That is, in terms of the doctor's practice. Now, who decides what is reasonable in terms of how the doctor or how the medical institution deals with patients?
Medical legal field, it would be the courts. The courts would decide. A case in medical negligence is prepared in a particular way. It's a complex area of litigation. There are obvious cases at times. For example, there have been cases where a patient goes into surgery to have one limb, or say one leg amputated, and the doctor cuts off the wrong leg, he amputates the wrong limb. Now that's open and shut, right? Once the records are clear that the injured limb was the one to be removed and it wasn't, then that should be open and shut. But very few cases are open and shut in the medical legal field, and it boils down to the expert witness as the cases get more complicated.
Of course, and the situation that we have at hand, I mean, there's a lot of different types of cases where some form of negligence would have occurred, perceivably occurred on the doctor's part. Now, in terms of those type of cases, and of course the patient's rights, right? You know, at the end of the day, as you said, there's a standard of proof in terms of what is reasonable in your area of practice. More particularly when it comes to negligence in terms of birth of a child, and a lot of times mothers died during delivery, and then they blame the hospital for not having the proper trained personnel, or rather the equipment to deal with such complications. How does that legal challenge occur there?
No, this is in terms of available equipment?
I mean, both, in terms of, I mean, whether or not there was due care and attention in the delivery, or or in terms of a cause of action of there not being the resources that is available.
The obstetric, the gynecological field is one where there's quite a bit of litigation. One of the more common cases, which of course involves very severe damage, is cerebral palsy, a baby born with cerebral palsy, which could come out because of difficulties experienced in, as we call it, it's medically referred to, the birth canal, the process of actually the baby emerging. Sometimes damage is done, cerebral damage to the brain, and if it's very severe, the child can be born with cerebral palsy. There's another well-traveled ground of what is called pre-eclampsia, where the mother is detected or reports to her doctor, her gynecologist, that she's suffering with high blood pressure. And that requires that particular care be taken, because it could lead to both mother and child, or one or the other, or both, dying at on the table as delivery is taking place. So there are particular issues with gynecologists. Have I answered your question, Rhonda?
Indeed.
Availability of equipment, yes, the basic equipment. I mean, delivery is not, you know, as it were, a process that normally requires sophisticated equipment. You're checking the pulse, and you're taking what they call the vital signs: pulse, blood pressure, breathing. The patient has to be monitored. There are cases, of course, with surgery generally, and in delivery of children, where it's done by a cesarean, where the patient is under an anesthetic. And anesthetists are also quite commonly sued. Their job is they have a very, you know, their activity, the kind of job they carry out is very demanding and intense. They have to keep a careful look at what's happening on the operating table. How is the patient breathing? Monitor the vital signs. Are there any signs of distress? And take appropriate action. And they are also responsible for post-operative care after the operation and the immediate period following it. And the test of law is basically 24 hours to make sure that the patient is properly monitored. If there's the need for painkillers, that the right amount is given, and the general care to be taken by the nursing staff, if it's in, well, it would normally be in a hospital or private clinic. So he has a particular responsibility. And generally, when a patient dies within 24 hours of an operation, it is, at first glance, it's what they call the first suspicion question to be answered is this an anesthetic death, is the term used in the case law, the cases that are precedents. So the anesthetist is one to take particular care. The surgeons are exposed. I think surgeons generally, but orthopedic, bone specialists, sometimes a person comes in with serious bone injury, say from an accident, and the orthopedic surgeon has to take particular care as to how he deals with this person. So surgery is a particular area generally where there's quite a bit of litigation. Gynecology, sometimes as simple as, let's say a man goes for a vasectomy and it doesn't work. There are cases that suggest that the doctor might be responsible for raising the child, taking care of the expenses. Of course, we'll come at some point whenever we're ready to the issue of informed consent.
And actually,
not every operation is guaranteed to be fruitful.
I am happy that you did, that you actually raised that issue, because that will be my next question in terms of understanding what is informed consent with respect to a patient consenting to, one, this medical procedure, two, the fact that there are risks involved, and whether that risk will absolve the doctor and or the medical institution from liability should something go wrong.
Yeah, that's an area that's developed more recently, and when we say more recently in law, that could be going on to 100 years. So I don't think it's as long as that. The doctor has a duty to obtain an informed consent, and it must be to safeguard his or her position in writing, signed by the patient, and he must warn the patient of any reasonable risk of the procedure. Sometimes there could be in surgery nerve damage, and there are various risks. There are risks involved in anesthetic. Some people are more susceptible, they don't react well to the anesthetic. They may have heart issues, they may have breathing, respiratory issues. And so you want, for example, a case where a person has a steel rod, a scoliosis operation, higher up in the spine, the neck may not be very flexible, and this may cause issues with breathing. So, as I say, the anesthetist has particular responsibilities. The surgeon, too, must make sure the patient is warned. Some risks are very far-fetched. You wouldn't expect it, but the normal and risks to be reasonably expected of a particular procedure, the patient must be informed of those and therefore give an informed consent. Yes, doctor, I understand that this procedure has some risks. I agree to undergo those risks. You know, a person may have cancer, dying of cancer, there are risks. But of course, if the operation is not carried out, the person may die fairly quickly.
But so, even if there are risks involved, does that now qualify, or rather, does that now mean that one cannot sue or take action against a hospital for whatever negligence that may come with that risk? Because yes, you're taking a risk, but sometimes there may be something that went wrong that is not the patient's, that has nothing to do with the risk involved, but more to do with malpractice.
Yes. The informed consent is relevant, medical, legally speaking, where one of the risks that one could reasonably expect, affects the patient. There are other issues that could go wrong. The operation is carried out in a way where the patient bleeds out, bleeds to death. It leads to complications like that. And post-operatively, the anesthetist has his responsibilities, and the nurses, the private hospital or government hospital, they have a duty to ensure that the patient is properly monitored.
And that's obviously their duty at the end of the day. So the duty is sort of like twofold, right? The patient's responsibility, and let's get to what are the specific responsibilities that patients have in preventing this type of negligence. Let's look at the patient's responsibility. Now we've spoken about the healthcare professional responsibility, but of course there has to be some contributory, I wouldn't even say negligence, but in terms of just getting what the patient has to do prior to any procedure, or even if there wasn't a planned procedure, how can the patient, basically prevent?
The patient has the responsibility in looking after his or her own health to give a full history, to paint the full picture, health-wise, of the patient. So the patient must say, well, look, I have an issue with high blood pressure, or I have an issue with asthma, or I have scoliosis. Well, the doctor should be able to see that. The patient has to make sure that the doctor is fully in the picture by giving the patient's full history or story health-wise.
And let's say, for instance, the patient is not aware that they had some form of medical history.
Well, yeah, if they don't know, you can't blame the patient. The doctor too has a duty to ask questions. For example, come back to the anesthetist. The anesthetist has to ask questions. Do you have any problems with your heart? Do you have asthma? Do you have any issues? You know, he or she, the anesthetist, the consultant anesthetist, a specialist, knows where the areas of risk lie, and he needs to explore and ask the patient particular questions.
And of course, that will come also with having tests done to check and see whether or not there are any sort of illnesses that the patient may have that they are unaware of.
Yes. Particular tests, doctors know they, or should ought to know, they have particular tests they must do before an operation. Check the vital signs, the pressure, and so on, to make sure the patient is in reasonably good health. And of course, when you're undergoing an anesthetic, you should not eat for a certain time. I think it's 24 hours, or could it be 12 hours? I'm not 100% there, before the operation. So it requires personal discipline. Yeah?
Yes. No, we're looking at the issue of proving medical negligence, obviously. If someone is to take a claim, obviously the first step is what is the standard of proof.
Yes.
We mentioned as well witnesses, expert witnesses. Those are medical professionals who are experts in a particular medical area that they are dealing with. Now let's talk more about the expert witnesses aspect. Of course, I mean, I know I was having a conversation with you, and this is well known. I mean, especially here, we are a small society, and generally medical practitioners stick together in terms of their profession. Now, how sure can one be in terms of the litigant that this particular expert will not be biased, or that they can actually find an expert that will testify against a particular doctor?
Yes, that's a big issue in a relatively small community. I have seen cases where doctors Trinidad and Tobago doctors testify against their colleagues. There may be cases where the doctor feels that this is an outrageous, something outrageous has been done and it's caused the patient particular difficulties. But there is the tendency for what you might call the closing of ranks. The doctors stick together. It isn't always so. I mentioned obvious cases, right? The wrong limb is amputated. You don't need an expert normally to say that, to come and testify to that. There are cases which are immediately obvious, and there are cases which may become obvious. One of the causes of action, the types of situations that can produce litigation, is what in the surgical field they call retained objects. An operation is carried out and somehow something is left inside the patient. The surgeon has a duty to ensure that everything he puts inside, which could be cotton pads, which could be clamps. I think a case where a scalpel was found inside the patient. That's pretty extreme, but the surgeon has to ensure that everything that was put inside the body during surgery is removed. And if it is not, and problems develop, in that situation, it may not be immediately obvious, but it may become obvious over time. The patient has complaints, they're feeling unwell, and so on. And so the patient then has to make sure they are properly checked out, especially if an operation has been done. Make sure that the next doctor they may go to could be found negligent in not getting the history about the operation. The patient has to tell about it, talk about it. The doctor has to ask what was the procedure and so on. So with retained objects, it may become obvious later on after inspections are done. And if there's a retained object, then it should be an open and shut case. You don't need an expert surgeon to come and say, well, they shouldn't have left a scalpel in you, or they shouldn't have left a clamp or cotton pad in you. That's pretty open and shut. But those cases are few and far between. In my experience, I've never had, yes, I dealt with one with a retained object that was settled. So in the general run of cases, you need an expert witness, somebody who has expertise in the particular field, dealing with surgery, consultant surgeon, an experienced surgeon who's a specialist, anesthetist, consultant with bone injuries, consultant orthopedic surgeon, and so on. So you need to source a witness. Now, if a case is being prepared responsibly, you need to get advice before you file the case in the court to set out the claim, to set out what we call the particulars of negligence. Where are you saying the doctor in question went wrong? What did he do wrong? In the case of an anesthetist, it may be he overprescribed the pain-killing drugs to a patient with a history of respiratory breathing issues. So you need expert help, and that can be difficult to get and expensive. In recent times, many lawyers look abroad, and they are, say in England, they are retired or semi-retired doctors who, as part of their work, they go to court and testify as expert witnesses, but they are expensive. And so before you start, of course they're billing you in pounds sterling, before you start and file a case, it is best to get expert assistance and experts' input to define where the doctor against whom the case is to be brought went wrong, so you can properly set out, or as we say, plead, set out the case, the allegations of negligence, the specific allegations.
And
okay?
Of course, it boils down to cost, and this is one of the main reasons why you find that there are a lot of issues or a lot of malpractice that may have occurred, and persons just can't afford an expert, because obviously we require an experienced attorney, as well as getting an opinion prior to know the strengths of your case. And obviously this can only be done if you have the funds available. And you know, and this is why, as I said, you know, the poor are always at a disadvantage, particularly when it comes to these medical cases, especially in the public health sector. I am uncertain whether legal aid is one that whether one can qualify for legal aid, or whether legal aid actually pursues or welcomes such negligence cases as part of their remit.
As far as I know, they do. The legal aid is obtained by proving, you know, the legal aid authority, aid and advisory authority investigates your means. They ask you what are your means, what job you do, what income you have, what property you own, and then they will normally do their investigations and determine whether the particular client, the applicant for legal aid, qualifies.
And besides the qualification, now it's whether or not you would have an attorney on the panel that is willing or that is competent to, take over this type of matter.
Yeah.
You know?
Normally, in cases, especially in medical legal area, is normally very complex. It's very challenging, and for me, very exciting work. But in terms of the human aspect of it, it can be very, very emotionally challenging, very sad. A child has died in an operation, a baby is born with cerebral palsy. That's heavy-duty emotional stuff.
Yep.
And that tests me. That does test me. As much as I find the work exciting, but there's that human aspect to the work. Hope I haven't gone off track there, Rondell. You're asking about legal aid authority. Now, normally, yes, the medical legal area is complex, and normally you would have an instructing lawyer, an instructing attorney who deals with the client, who takes instructions, and he would go to a counsel, a court specialist, somebody who will argue the case in court. And the legal aid and advisory authority in a medical legal case, and in most cases, should be prepared to deal with that, the costs of that. There may be limitations in terms of which lawyers of the expert counsel may make themselves available at a reasonable fee. So yes,
it's still something that although there are disadvantages when it comes to litigants or prospective litigants who have suffered at the hands of medical institutions. If we are to look at in terms of compensation damages, what type of damages someone seeks, a patient, well, someone who seeks, because it can be a patient or it could be an estate, because obviously patients could be, if they are deceased, then it becomes their estate suing, taking action. But so what type of damages can one seek?
Now, In negligence cases generally, and I gave the definition of negligence early on, negligence is a very wide-ranging term in terms of the kinds of litigation that it may produce. There's a principle, and I'll use a Latin expression, restitutio in integrum. And what that means in lay language is the court will try to will make an award of damages, which will, as far as possible, as far as money can do so, will put the patient back in the position he was before the wrong was committed, the act that was complained of, in respect of which the patient may succeed in his litigation. And that could include having a corrective procedure done. A patient where the operation has gone wrong may have to be hospitalized for a long period, may have to get specialist medical attention. There are cases where patients go into a coma and stay that way for a long time and may die after sometimes years. And so doctors have to come home. Ambulances, sometimes when there are emergencies, have to be used to take the patient in a coma to a clinic. So all of that is what, so far as those expenses, those costs have been incurred, you've had that money spent before the trial takes place, it's called special damages, actual monetary sums spent. Yeah. So you have special damages, money spent. You have general damages, which could include pain, suffering, and loss of amenity. So a younger person, let's say one who's very active, a professional basketball player, a lawyer who, because of an operation, is disabled in terms of his mental capacity or physical capacity, professional. That's why the somewhat cynical expression, cheaper to kill than to maim. Sadly, it's not a joke, but it's if you have somebody who's living with a disability, say under a coma, or who's living and they can't perform their normal duties, a lawyer badly injured in an accident, doctor, accountant, any other professional, anybody with a high-earning job, financial person and so on, their future losses. So had they been able to continue working, they would have got future earnings, they have future losses, medical expenses. The court has to go try to make an award there. And sometimes it's very difficult. It's almost like an actuarial exercise. Pain, suffering, and loss of amenity looks at what the patient has endured. He may be in agony, may suffer daily pain because an operation, let's say, some form of medical treatment has gone wrong. So he is compensated. And in that situation, the court will look at the case law, the precedents. The precedents, of course. Of this age, with a young person, they have a much longer life ahead of them, or if they die in an operation, let's say a university graduate just starting his career, he has a long period ahead and may be expected to give support to his family, he may have a wife, children. They're deprived of his love and affection and attention and his support. There's what we call under pain, suffering, loss of amenity. One aspect of that is loss of enjoyment of life. And Robin, sorry. Indeed, can we, let's take a pin there. We have to take a break and we'll be right back speaking just about the pain, suffering, loss of amenity so we can get a general overview of the damages. You're watching Strictly Legal. We'll be right back.
Boss lady, it's 2024 and you're still accepting drinks from random strangers? Nah! We're drinking smart to avoid any chance of date rape, so drink smart to be safe this carnival. We love to drink, and party till the morning come. Whoa, but do it smart. Be drinking smart. But oh! Drink, and party till the morning come. Yeah. What's wrong with us?
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. A father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
People really want to know, what about me? Where do I fit? Yes. What is in the ride for me in terms of a better Trinidad and Tobago? And I'm pleased to shed some light on that.
The purpose of bail is to ensure your attendance at court. That's it. It is not punitive. It is not rehabilitative.
We, the police officers, we are professional, and we are here for whenever the survivor is ready to come forward.
We have the right to private and family life, the right to religious freedoms and beliefs and thoughts and expression. But these rights are not absolute. Certain rights can be limited.
The law is to govern the whole. It's for all of us in public.
Join me, Sule A. Joseph, as I delve into the day-to-day psychological issues plaguing our society. We will discuss behaviors that encompass the biological influences, social pressures, and environmental factors that affect how you think, act, and feel. Sight, Thursdays at 11:30 a.m., only on WESN, Content Capital.
Join me, Dr. Nalini Kokram, on What's Up Doc, where we discuss all your burning questions concerning health.
Trinidad and Tobago is among one of the highest risk group of patients that develop this form of genetic breast cancer.
What I'd like to take home from a short interview like this, screening. You must screen.
Because it's silent.
It's silent.
Yeah.
And because it's silent, you don't know it's there.
What's Up Doc, every Tuesday and Thursday on WESN, Content Capital.
The issue, the continued rise in the price of flour and its impact on the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. How should we go about it? I want to ask you, what has been revealed to you about the state of vulnerability in the country because of this exercise and because of what we're going through? Is the government losing the war on the vaccine front?
The discussion should revolve around the common good for the greatest number of people in Trinidad and Tobago.
How do we inculcate a sense of respect and regard for people who may not be of your own political ilk or persuasion?
The communities are now being used by political opportunists. So
when the tables are turned, it's the same way. Okay, this has been 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson, and we'll see you next time.
Every day, we communicate through stories. Stories of ourselves, our challenges, our goals, our experiences, and our aspirations. Storytelling is an art that we have mastered. WESN Film Studios comprises a collaborative team of experts with extensive industry experience locally, regionally, and internationally. The ability of your business to successfully communicate with your preferred audience depends on the strength of the stories you tell. Your vision should be communicated in a high-quality, professional, and creative way. From concept to post-production, advertising to film, multi-camera productions, live events, streaming, and virtual conferencing, we are WESN Film Studio. Let your own unique voice be heard and your vision realized. Call us today at 628-5835 for your next production.
My name is Carl Media. I am the founder and the host of Ever Increasing Voice Ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
Now this is the part when the bacchanal start boy, fetting from your heart, yeah. This is how you fall.
Boss, you drink, so you can't drive. Full stop. Playing it smart this carnival. Get a designated driver. Call a taxi or call a friend. Rum and road don't mix. Drive smart to be safe this carnival. This is any chance. Now this is the part when the bacchanal start. We playing it smart. This is a euphoric feeling.
Green, oh yeah, you're about to experience the whole thing. Oh yeah, yeah.
And we are back. You're watching WESN, Strictly Legal. We are speaking to Mr. Robin Otway, attorney at law of Otway and Associates. We are speaking about medical negligence, more particularly patients' rights, what are the institution's responsibility. And just before the break, we were chatting, Robin, about the different types of damages. So we dealt with special damages, which means the monetary aspect of care, treatment, whether it is after, well, mostly after injuries, as well as if, for instance, that also includes whatever future loss, correct? That may be as a result of the particular issue or the particular damage. Now, we're dealing with pain, suffering, loss of amenity. I note that you would have started or stopped there, so let's continue.
I was talking about loss of amenity, yes. And in particular, a subset, as it were, a subsection in there of loss of enjoyment of life. If I'm a very active person, a professional footballer or athlete, as of course I'm the most active, and I find I've gone in for orthopedic surgery to correct a condition, let's say my knee, something wrong with my leg, and I come out much worse and I'm now unable to pursue my profession, or even if I'm an amateur, I can't go and run every afternoon or kick ball, play tennis, whatever it is. So the loss of enjoyment is more acute, is more severe, and would cause a higher award from the court, always in these areas based on precedents, cases that have gone before, decided, and the higher the level of legal authority, the better, the stronger the arguments would be. And when I say the higher, you have the High Court, we have a Court of Appeal, and the highest court is the Privy Council. So as a lawyer preparing a case like that, you look for where you can get the highest level of previous decisions coming out, say, of the Court of Appeal, if you're in the High Court, arguing your case in the High Court, or the Privy Council is the most strongest. So you look for cases like that, and examples where, let's say, a very active person is not able to pursue their activities, whether professional or amateur. What are the precedents involved? And there's I would call it an actuarial process, because you may be looking at a precedent that comes from 10 years ago, but money worth more now. You know, cost of living, the value of the money has gone down, I should say. So you look at all these factors, because it can be a very difficult exercise. Very, one judge described it as a bit like putting your finger in the air, but it's not exactly. You're following the precedents, and you're trying to achieve that restitutio in integrum, put the patient, the litigant who's successful, back as far as money can do so in the position they were in before the operation.
And this also, I mean, one of the compensation would also include general, well, part of the general damages is actually how would one assess, as you said actually, how would one assess how much money compensation should one get based on the type of injuries? So this is where you would use similar cases. Like for instance, if one lost a limb, then you will use similar cases as to what award the court would have presented, whether it is 100,000, 200,000.
And as close as possible, the precedent, the case that you're going to try and use as a reference to the judge, the person is in a similar position, of a similar age, played a similar sport or whatever it was. And in loss of enjoyment of life, if I may just touch on that very briefly, that's a particular interest. You know, I was looking at a case where a person, after an operation, they went into a coma. And there's an English authority, an English decision of a very high level. I think it was their highest court is called the House of Lords. And a young anesthetist, not long into her career, but very promising, very capable, underwent an operation herself. And because of anesthetic issues, she went into a coma. And the case was argued pro and con. The lawyer for the poor lady, her family, argued that even though she was unaware of the position she's in because of the coma, therefore it's not sad that she can't get married and have children. The lawyer for the particular hospital in England argued that, look, this person is out of it. But the court decided that even though they're not aware of the loss of enjoyment, they have suffered a loss of enjoyment. And they gave a figure, an award in pounds sterling, quite a healthy award for that loss of enjoyment of future life, even though the poor lady was not aware of it.
Yeah, and of course, no amount of money can put you back to where you were or bring back life, but of course it can provide some form of temporary comfort for unfortunate events. Of course, you can call in live 628-4578 if you have a question, if you have a comment. That is 628-4578. I'll be with Mr. Robin Otway, attorney at law. Robin, let's deal with alternative dispute resolution methods. Are there such methods available instead of having to go through litigation, which is quite expensive? What other alternative dispute ADR, as we said, can be achieved?
Yeah. Very good question. Interesting question. Mediation should be your first port of call. Alternative dispute resolution can take the form of mediation normally, or arbitration. Arbitration is where you appoint a private judge and the parties to the litigation will share his expense. So that's fairly costly. Mediation is a process where you appoint an impartial person, a certified mediator, to conduct a mediation where the mediator encourages parties. What the mediator does, the basic role is to facilitate a discussion which hopefully will lead to a settlement. And mediation, I have found in my own experience, is a very positive process, much less expensive. You have to pay the mediator. The mediator's costs are shared. The mediator is not a judge. The mediator is encouraging the parties, and this normally requires them to work with the lawyers. But in my experience, sometimes the clients themselves can be the difficult ones, not always, but it's usually we lawyers who pose some problems. So you appoint a mediator and you step out of the legal world, and you may go to a private office or a mediation center normally, and this mediator will sit with you and will conduct and can do so over as long as you want them to, a day, 2 days. I have done 2 medical mediations where I was not the mediator. I am a mediator myself. And one was a particularly hard case where a young man underwent an operation, very active, about 24, played rugby, played basketball, and he came out because of anesthetic issues, we contended, brain dead. And he continued to live for many years. And it was this was the first real, I've done 3 mediations. Yeah, 3 medical mediations as a lawyer representing a doctor or a clinic. And in this case, with the young man, I was representing the family. And we sat with the doctors. And the first thing that happened, this was one of my first mediations, was the 3 doctors expressed remorse for what has happened. They didn't say, I'm responsible. Mrs. X and the brother, we are filled with remorse for what has happened to your son and brother. We are very sad. And that shocked me. It was a very emotional moment. And it allowed a degree, I think, of healing. And there was an open discussion. This went on for 3 days, 2.5 days. And eventually we reached a settlement. Normally, I have sued doctors, I have defended doctors. Normally when I sue them, they hate me. Or they don't want to see me ever again in their lives. 2 of the doctors came to me and hugged me and thanked me. I'm representing the family, I'm not the mediation. And we left as friends. And with a very healthy settlement. I tell people that, you know, I've had a long career, I've had good and bad moments, mainly good, I think. But if there's one case I will think of on my deathbed, it's that one. Mediation is highly recommended. It's a way to go about cases like that. But you will find that, you know, mediation, a court cannot compel any party to go to mediation. If a party doesn't want to go, they can't be forced to go. And if a party doesn't want, or their lawyers don't want to settle at mediation, the mediator cannot force that. Mediator is a facilitator,
and
not
of course,
a judge.
And of course, it's a healthy and a healthier and practical and less expensive way of dispute. And most times you find cases are settled. Of course, if mediation doesn't work, then obviously you now proceed to High Court. And of course...
Yeah, one of the positives of mediation is even me going with this family, you get to understand better the strength and weaknesses of your own client's case and the opponent's case. So it helps you even if the case has to go forward.
Now, in terms of the statute of limitation, and when we say statute of limitation, we mean how long can you take to bring an action against a doctor or a public health institution or a private health institution?
The basic period, and I can read from the particular act, is called the Limitation of Certain Actions Act, enacted, and it came into force in 1997. It's 4 years from the date, and I'm actually looking at it now, the particular section. It's 4 years from the date when the injury occurred. Excuse me a second. Yes. An action to which this section applies shall not be brought after the expiry of 4 years from A, the date on which the cause of action accrues. So take the amputation case, come out the operation, the wrong leg taken, that's immediate. The date on which the person injured first acquired knowledge of the accrual of the cause of action. So the retained objects case is relevant there. It may take you some time before you realize, okay, something went wrong during the operation. I don't know that immediately I'm coming out of the operation. And the period is extended where the person dies, the patient, let's say, dies within that 4-year period, in which case their estate, what we call a legal personal representative, executor or administrator, person representing the estate for the purposes of the law, will then bring the action, and they have a longer period because of the death. All right, and also when a person is under disability, and in the legal sense, disability could mean a child.
Yeah.
A child undergoes an operation. It's only when they attain majority, they become 18 years old, that the 4-year period will start to run. Or a person, a disability under a person who's not mentally well, has mental health issues, which prevents them from knowing when, look, something wrong has been done to me. And so as long as that disability exists, but of course that person would have family, normally would have some caregivers who would have a duty to try and find out what's wrong. But under disability, strictly speaking, it's when the disability ends.
Yes, but and this is important to note in terms of health.
Is restored to a point where they could become reasonably so aware that something wrong has been done to me. Yeah?
And of course, in terms of someone who's disabled or someone who is a minor or an elderly, then their next friend, meaning someone can act on their behalf if they discover that they are unable to act on their own behalf.
That's a legal term that you use. Next friend, the one used by the court, a parent or caregiver could then file a case as the next friend of the infant. All right? Now, disability, of course, could mean mental disability, but physical disability, if you have a clear enough mind, physical disability won't allow the extension of that 4-year period. All right?
Now, what are some of the consequences if a healthcare professional is found? Well, I mean, in civil cases, obviously, there's consequences with respect to damages.
Yes.
Is it that an insurance? Is it that now the insurance every medical practice has to be insured, and the insurance companies are the ones that actually pays out those compensation?
Yes, the first part of your statement, I just lost the train of thought there, but the question of the medical insurance. Now, there are two English companies. One is well over 100 years old, what the doctors call medical defense bodies. All they deal with is medical legal matters. They're both English companies. One is called the Medical Defense Union. One is called, which is the older one, the Medical Protection Society. There may be an equivalent, I'm not sure. One of the more experienced doctors was talking to me at some time back about setting up something locally. I don't know if that's come off the ground. May have. But these are they offer coverage much more comprehensive than insurance companies do. Now, if it's a clinic or a hospital, they have to get their own, they have to go to an insurance company. These medical defense bodies only deal with doctors, human beings, and the doctors pay a membership fee. When they complain to me that they're paying too much in membership fees, I explain to them, you should not be complaining, because with insurance, there's always a deductible. For example, in a car accident case, I crash my car, I may not be wrong, but I have to pay the first $5,000 or $15,000 of the damage. There's no deductible with the medical defense bodies. Where a lawyer, let's say, obtains professional indemnity insurance, the deductible is a very high figure. And also, you have a limit on liability. So you have a policy that's worth $3 million, $4 million, 20, whatever sum you choose. But the higher the sum, the higher the premium. There is no limit. With the medical defense bodies, it's limitless. They cover everything, including lawyers' fees, whatever award the court makes, which could be in the millions. They cover it all.
This is such an interesting area, and of course it's a very large area, but unfortunately we are out of time, Robin, and I think we may have to do a part 2 in this particular instance. And of course, just your quick closing statements. I know Master Control is time to wrap up, but I just want to thank you. Just a quick 30 seconds and we are out.
Yes. This is an area that requires great care and preparation. It's expensive, it's complex. And mediation, I come back, that is a subject near and dear to my heart. Blessed are the peacemakers, they shall be called the sons of God.
Amen. Thank you so much, Robin. We do appreciate you. Be safe over there in Mexico, and we will see you again.
Be safe in Trinidad.
Yes, definitely will be. So guys, it's a wrap. You have been watching Strictly Legal on WESN Content Capital. We were speaking about medical malpractice, patients' rights, responsibilities. We'll be right back in another week. And just stay safe. You can catch our podcast, Strictly Legal with Ronald Donowa. Be safe. God bless.
What's the best way to grab the attention of viewers?
Please exercise more patience. You have to be kidding me.
Doing what we do best.
I'll say at the very least it's a conspiracy of laziness against the people.
Join me, Keaton Shaw.
And me, Sean Michael Small, for Talking Point.
Weekdays from 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m.
We go in-depth on the trending issues and engage the most controversial newsmakers
as we get them to account to the people for their actions.
You can't go to the government with nothing. You can't go to cabinet with an empty hand, with a wish.
I'm glad that we're having this a sober, mature discussion.
In the present situation, I expect a continuation of the chaos.
Join us for the discussion, Mondays to Fridays,
only on WESN,
the content capital.
The issue, the continued rise in the price of flour and its impact on the cost of living in Trinidad and Tobago. How should we go about it? I want to ask you what has been revealed to you about the state of vulnerability in the country because of this exercise and because of what we're going through. Is the government losing the war on the vaccine front?
The discussion should revolve around the common good for the greatest number of people in Trinidad and Tobago.
How do we inculcate a sense of respect and regard for people who may not be of your own political ilk or persuasion?
The communities are now being used by political opportunists. So
when the tables are turned, it's the same way. Okay, this has been 10 questions. I'm Andy Johnson, and we'll see you next time.
My name is Carl Media, and I'm the founder and the host of Ever Increasing Voice Ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
WESN.
This is your WSN News on the Hour. I'm Sean Michael Small. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. 2 directors detained, stolen vehicle parts recovered. TNT Coast Guard intercepts 27 undocumented foreign nationals. Giselle Laron West and Catherine Abdullah appointed board members at Field. Now for the details. 2 directors of a prominent car dealership located in La Romaine, San Fernando, were arrested during an anti-crime exercise conducted in the Southern Division yesterday. Between 3:50 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. on the 30th of January 2024, a team of officers attached to the stolen vehicle squad executed a search warrant on the premises of a new and/or used car dealership located in La Romaine. The officers conducted a comprehensive search at the location in the presence of 2 of the company's directors, during which time items of evidential value relating to the investigation were seized. Both directors, a father and a son, were deemed suspects in recent reports of larceny motor vehicle. They were both arrested and conveyed to the Stolen Vehicle Squad office in Port of Spain. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard is conducting investigations following the interception of 27 undocumented foreign nationals aboard an unknown vessel suspected of crossing the international maritime border. The group comprises of 16 adult males, 8 adult females, and 3 male minors. The interception occurred on Wednesday around 9:43 a.m. when the vessel was spotted on the south coast of Trinidad. A pursuit ensued as the vessel attempted to evade interception through evasive maneuvers. However, the Coast Guard successfully towed the vessel and its occupants to the Coast Guard headquarters in Stubbles Bay, Chaguaramas. Authorities have notified the Immigration Division and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as the investigation progresses. Giselle Laron West and Catherine Abdullah are 2 new members of the Board of Directors at the Foundation for the Enhancement and Enrichment of Life. Chairman of Field, Dr. Sterling Frost, welcomed Mrs. Laron West and Ms. Abdullah to the board and emphasized the importance of each new director's skill set in support of Field's 4-year strategic direction. Giselle Laron West has over 25 years of experience in public relations, corporate sales, and customer service. She is the recipient of the Shakonia Medal Gold, the winner of the Miss World in 1986, and served as director of the board of Clico Credit Union for 16 years, and on the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee executive for 3 years. Well, that's the news on the hour on WESN. I'm Sean Michael Small. Thanks for watching.
Boss, you drink, so you can't drive. Full stop. Playing it smart this carnival. Get a designated driver. call a taxi, or call a friend. Rum and road don't mix. Drive smart. To be safe this carnival, this is any chance. Now this is the part when the bacchanal start. We playing it smart. This is a euphoric feeling. Green, oh yeah, you're about to experience the whole scene. Oh yeah,
WESN.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to another episode of Psyched. I'm your host, Sule A. Joseph, a counseling psychologist by profession. But of course, by now you already know that. Today's topic, as all the topics that we have for this season 4, brand new season, of course, you also know that by now, season 4. The topic today that we will be getting into is slightly controversial. But before we get into that, of course, my favorite segment, Psyched to Know.
Psyched to Know, brought to you by Sule Joseph and Associates. Emotional intelligence is becoming more and more important in the workplace. The World Economic Forum says that emotional intelligence is currently one of the 10 most in-demand skills and is expected to remain so at least till 2025. According to McKinsey, demand for employees skilled in the various aspects of emotional intelligence is expected to grow by 26% in 2030. Emotional intelligence is seen more as an important predictor of job performance, readiness for promotion, and eligibility for salary increases. Also, employees are 4 times less likely to leave their job if they are working under managers with high EQ.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Maybe he landed here totally by coincidence. But if by chance he's admiring your fresh coat of Benjamin Moore soft sky blue, well, that's a pretty high compliment. Coming from an expert.
Thank you for rejoining us. I'm Sule A. Joseph, host of Psyched. Topic for this morning that we're going to have a deep dive into is emotional intelligence. What is it? Of course, we know IQ, we know when we talk about persons being smart or foolish or silly. But what about persons being emotionally intelligent? Is that even a thing? Joining me to have a conversation about that this morning is a fellow psychologist, Mr. Rondell John. Thanks for being with me here this morning.
Oh, it's great to be here, Sule.
All right, thanks for it. I like that smile, that smile. That's a smile that says, tell me all your business.
That's it.
That's a psychologist smile. So this thing about emotional intelligence, who needs emotional intelligence? You just have to be smart, right? You can make it in this world by being intelligent, your IQ, how smart you are. You go to school and you learn, you write exams, you get a good job. Why the Francis Fashion and Shoe Locker, we need to care about this emotional intelligence? What is it?
The reality is you can only go so far with IQ. And one of the things you know about IQ, it's pretty fixed, we're hardwired to it. But emotional intelligence, it's really about the person. The IQ, you may say it's about the mind or the head.
Right.
But the emotional intelligence is about the heart. And emotion is what is really what drives you. Okay? So it's really essential for people to understand the whole concept of emotional intelligence and the beauty of emotional intelligence. Whereas in IQ, if you have it, you have it. You know, it's in your genes. But emotional intelligence is something that you could learn. You could develop as you go along. And there are skills obviously available to you to make you become more emotionally intelligent.
So what you're saying is you can be dotish but still have high emotional intelligence?
Absolutely. If you want to put it that way.
There's hope for people like me out there is what you're saying. All right. There's hope for us. All right.
You're far from dotish. Go ahead.
All right. So if emotional intelligence is about the heart and IQ is about the head, then why is the heart important? Why is that an important thing?
Because the heart is where you make connections. Okay, I wrote a very interesting article about managing from the heart, and it really was at the end of the day managing in an emotionally intelligent way. Okay, because when you manage from your head, you manage in a very functional way. Okay, when you manage from the heart, you're aware of yourself. You're aware of other people. Okay? Very often, we're not aware of other people. Very often, we are single-minded. We're doing what we're doing, but we don't consider the other. Okay? When you're emotionally intelligent, others become very, very important in the way you relate, in the way you cultivate healthy relationship. So on the one hand, it's about you having an awareness of yourself, and then awareness of your behavior, and awareness of how your behavior impacts other people, and also how another person's behavior is impacting on you. For example, in your whole demeanor and your whole energy, for me, have been so emotionally intelligent. You know, you've been very warm, very welcoming. Those are emotional intelligence skills. Those are the things that comes with your IQ.
Right.
Okay. It comes with having a heart and having the ability to connect with one another, to form really sincere, authentic relationships.
No, I didn't intend to ask this, but it just came to me.
You could.
Can that be faked? Can you fake emotional intelligence? So like politicians, can a politician fake it? Can a guy fake emotional intelligence to a woman?
You may fake the behaviors, but if you fake the behaviors enough, because part of the learning of emotional intelligence is the fact that it means you have to practice.
Yeah.
So if you want to call practicing...
I have to recognize when to utilize it.
So. If you want to call practicing faking, okay, if a person does it long enough and for a good period of time, then sure, it will become a part of who they are. All right? So, but I think I'm a highly emotionally intelligent person. And I say that with the greatest humility, and I really am. But I'm really in touch with who I am. Okay? I can say, Sule, I hurt. I'm afraid. I'm feeling really vulnerable right now. I'm uncomfortable. sitting next to you. I'm able to articulate those things.
But then it sounds like emotional intelligence is not for men. So guys, for us out here, emotional intelligence is not for us. Who man wants to sit at a table and say to somebody else, I feel hurt, I am damaged emotionally, I want somebody to hold me and care about my issues and because generally, society has taught us, people generally don't care how men feel.
When you do it like that, it portrays a very weak lady.
That's what
it portrays a weak lady person. When I feel it, I feel it coming from a place of strength, from a place of confidence, from a place of confidence enough in myself, so I could so that I can share who Ronnie truly is to you. I'm not afraid of your response to me. You know, I read an interesting book some time called "Why Am I Afraid to Tell You Who I Am?" And the author said, "I'm afraid to tell you who I am because if I tell you who I am, you may not like who I am, and that's all I have." And the reality is that if we are to have authentic relationships, then we have the ability to be aware of all our emotions and to have it available to the other. If you want to have truly authentic, truly intimate relationships with another.
Right. Now, to be fair to the men at home, and to be fair to you guys, honestly speaking, society has not truly raised us to be emotionally intelligent. And from what Ronnie is saying, emotional intelligence seems like an acquired skill. It's something that you have to build and work on. And society has not prepared us for that. As a matter of fact, who has asked you if you're afraid of a dead rat? Who has asked you if you're afraid of a cockroach? As a matter of fact, what is the expectation of our society is that as a young boy, you are sent to kill the cockroach, you are sent to kill the rat, and you are sent to take it outside. So your feelings, you have to learn at a very early age to bottle our feelings. That's what we've learned as men, to bottle our feelings. And so as we get older, we learn to become ashamed and afraid of expressing how we truly feel. Because in expressing how you feel, instead of seeing it as you put it, as seeing it as something brave to do, that we worry about the opposite, about people not liking what our authentic self will look like, and afraid of appearing weak to others.
And you know, the beauty of it is that when you are your authentic self, real connection happens. People truly begin to care for you and to love you, if you must go that far, but only because you have had the capacity to, as I said, to make yourself vulnerable, to make yourself emotionally available. Most times, men, we are emotionally unavailable because we lack those skills or those behaviors. But if we go back to something you said just now, if we can unlearn some of those bad habits, okay, that men don't cry, and men are supposed to be strong, and men are this and men are that, and learn that it's okay to feel. It's okay to feel any of your emotions.
But realistically, how do we do that? For the man at home who's sitting on the couch, or his wife who's sitting on the couch thinking, that's my husband, this is my boyfriend. They don't feel anything, they're emotionally numb. Okay. How do I get them to move from being emotionally numb and not willing to feel, to open up and be afraid, to a space where they are confident and comfortable being emotionally judged? Because you feel judged. Yeah. Whether you are judged or not, you feel when you open up that you are judged. Yeah. So how do we get men to feel safe enough to do that?
I think that first of all, to take away the notion that men don't feel. I think we feel intensely. Yes. Very intensely. I dare say sometimes that I think we even feel at a deeper level than women. Obviously, our issue is our inability to express that. Yes. Okay? Yeah. But when men hurt, men hurt. I have the beauty, I always say, of having men cry in my office because due to the kind of work I do, and see people experience real vulnerability and real pain and share that. And there is nothing a partner wants, whether that's a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whatever the case may be. There's nothing a person wants more than a person that they can have a connection with. So if I could first of all take away that mask that you don't have any feelings, and I don't give that any oxygen that you don't have feelings, but believe that the man I have next to me really feels deeply, and all he's doing is having a difficult time saying that, then I will have a way, in an emotionally intelligent way, going to learn to be patient with him and to be accepting of him in his particular state at any given time.
Actually, I want to take something that you said that spoke to me, and I want to speak to the persons at home about it, because I genuinely believe that men feel deeply. The issue that we have, though, as a lot of men have, is that there's a very small gamut of emotions or range of emotions that we feel safe or allowed to experience or display. So if a man feels hurt or betrayed, of course, the emotion or feeling that he displays is anger. Yes. Right? If he's hurt, if he's scared, if he's frightened, anger is what you see. That's what we feel safe to display, but inside you're afraid. Inside you're fearful, inside you feel you feel lost sometimes, but the emotion that's displayed is anger, an extreme anger. Right? And sometimes I feel as though that men have these deep feelings, and because we are unable to, or we don't have the skills to be able to process it, or the networks to do it, the support systems as well.
And sometimes the language, we don't have the language to express. Yeah. And that's a big part of being able to, of the self-awareness, to be able to identify what you're feeling at any given moment. You know, that I'm sitting next to you and that I'm scared. I'm sitting next to you and I'm worried about how I'm coming across to you. I'm sitting next to you and I'm worried about whether I'm being accepted. That's a lot of different kinds of emotions.
That's a lot.
And then to be able to put that out there, okay, that takes a lot of risk. It takes some real vulnerability. It takes some real emotional intelligence.
I like that. It takes some real emotional intelligence. Now, there's an exercise I usually do with clients where I give them some homework, because I do give homework. So anybody who's giving thought to coming to see me, just know that I give homework often. I usually give homework. Okay. But then there's an exercise I give where I ask persons to differentiate or to understand the difference between what feelings are and what emotions are. And that's how I get into the whole conversation of emotions and feelings and so on. We won't do that today here, but the idea is for persons now to start to be able to identify when you have these feelings or identify when you have these emotions and be aware of them, because that's the building blocks for emotional intelligence.
Absolutely. That that in the first instance you're aware of what you feel.
Yes, you have to be aware of it.
And then you could out of that, identify the emotion that feeling brings to you, that generates from you as a result.
Correct. So the identification of it, and then after identifying it, you also then need to be able to express it. So that's why you need language.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
You can't say, I have this feeling, and just, I don't know, it's on my chest, it's sitting on my chest, I have this feeling.
Or I feel a how.
You know? I feel a how.
I feel a how, but...
Or the very popular one, normal. Yeah, so how you feel about the death? Normal, normal.
But even when people tell me they're feeling sad, I ask them, but tell me what you mean when you say that. Because when I say sad, or if I say, you tell me you're feeling lonely, I say, what do you mean when you say that? You say, oh, I feel like I don't matter, like I don't count, I'm not valuable to anybody.
Right.
That's a lot there than just the fact that I might say, hey, I'm feeling lonely. You know, these are the real feelings that are going on underneath all those things.
Right. So when we're talking about emotional intelligence, the reason those things are important is because you want to be able to identify how you feel. You want to be able to identify your feelings, you want to identify the emotion, you want to pinpoint it, then you want to be able to express it.
Right. With a view of deepening relationships.
No, to say to what extent?
So having authentic relationships.
Okay.
With the view of having relationships that are relationships and are not just conversations that we're having, but we're having something that we're really building on because we want something meaningful between us.
Yes.
And something meaningful between us does not always have a sexual connotation, but it could be we want to have a deeply intimate relationship, okay? And I'm using intimate in the large sense. Right. And if we're to do that, then we have to be comfortable enough to share the whole gamut of emotions with each other in a way that we are unafraid. That's part of the reason why in psychotherapy people could do that, because, hey, we create a safe space for people to just that, to be themselves and to make themselves emotionally available.
Right. So all of this, identifying it, being able to put a name to it, being able to express it to the other person, feeling safe and comfortable enough to be able to do that, is with the intention of being able to deepen and have more meaningful relationships and connections.
Yeah. And whether that's with an individual or, as I so often do, whether it's an organization and you're going to organizations and you try to build, whether it's you're trying to build a team or you're trying to build different aspects of organization, you want to develop emotional intelligence there, because we know that when people are emotionally intelligent, even at the workplace becomes a less stressful environment. Leaders become much more effective if they lead in an emotionally intelligent way than if they just manage.
Well, I wanted to raise this example. I was speaking with, not a client, but I was speaking with someone who was just having a conversation with me. Right? It wasn't a prospective client, if you okay? Somebody was just, usually what happens oftentimes, somebody would say, Suli's a psychologist, go and talk to him. Go and have a conversation, go and talk to him. And this lady I was having a conversation with this lady, and she was having some relationship issues. And she came and she was adamant. All of the problems in her relationship and so on were issues of communication. That, the partner was not communicating, does not communicate well. Whatever issues the partner was going through was not communicating or wasn't communicating. And she was going on and on and on. And the more she went on, the more I felt like her partner had issues with emotional intelligence.
Yeah. And because sometimes
the timing in which he would say things and so on, when she was saying, is problems with communication? And I say, maybe, but it's more so lack of understanding of emotional intelligence.
Yes, so communication is an issue. Communication it's the lifeblood, it's the heartbeat of relationships. We know that.
Correct. So communication
is
important, yes.
But what you communicate is what makes a difference. And that's where the whole emotional intelligence come in. What I'm able to communicate, how I'm able to communicate it. Even if I am to communicate my resistance at this moment to share stuff with you, that's being emotionally intelligent. But again, that can only come from that starting point of I'm deeply aware of what I'm feeling or emotionally at this time.
It's so many different skills, because it sounds easy, but there's so many different skills that are required. So this particular person, when they were sharing with me, I was saying, listen, I'm hearing you complaining a lot and that the person is not saying things to you. And they seem stressed out. But it seems like to me that they lack the skills necessary, the emotional intelligence, the skills necessary to say, this is where I'm at. And when I'm drowning in this position here, emotionally, I can't communicate. I just need space to try to figure things out.
Yeah.
And sometimes something simple as that is all that the partner needs to hear.
Exactly.
But you lack the skills to be able to do that. Because you feel maybe by identifying that you don't have everything handled, maybe you feel as though you appear weak. Or maybe you feel as though, as a man, you're supposed to have everything figured out. Yeah. Right? Which is what you've been taught. And so it takes some level of emotional intelligence, at least high levels of emotional intelligence, first to accept that this is where you act.
And that's another key aspect of emotional intelligence. The person to be able to have an accurate assessment of themselves.
Self-assessment.
Accurate self-assessment. And to be able to own whatever feeling it is. I often say that if you don't own it, you can't do anything about it. So I have to own that this is really tough for me. I have to own the fact that telling somebody I love them is tough for me because I wasn't brought up in a home where I was told people share that.
Right. Yeah.
No, that's not a reality. My home, however, I would have grown up in my home, but I have 4 or 5 loving brothers. I mean, if anything, we are too emotionally intelligent when it comes to affection and loving feelings and stuff like that.
No, but you have a lot of people who in fact, come from families where they say, listen, look at what I do for you. Mm-hmm. I express my emotions and my love and my feelings for you through my actions, not through my words. Yeah. So I wouldn't tell you. Yeah. But you didn't tell me you love me, but look what I do. Yeah. I did all these things. Yeah. I make sure you eat. Yeah. I make sure you have clothes on your back. Yeah. You know, and I do these things, and this is the expression of my love for you. Yeah. Don't expect me to say that.
Yeah. You know, as you're talking there, my eldest brother came to my mind. I'm sure you're familiar with love languages, yeah? Yes. So he would say to me, I would say, Carlos, I want a bottle of, pick up a bottle of wine for me, and he will pick up 6, okay? But would he come and drink half of that bottle with me? Because he doesn't have the time. But he isn't able to share feelings and connect. My brother feels intensely. My brother, all of us, even though I'm the crier in the family, okay, I've taken that role. My brother probably feels the most intensely, but he isn't able to tell it. Right. But boy, he will show it in a heartbeat, and that's his love language. That's his emotionally intelligent way, not knowing that what's missing in that is you don't just bring the bottle of wine for Ronnie and sit down and spend some time with him and talk with him. Quality time, yeah. And let him know what's really going on in my life and how I'm really feeling and how am I feeling about getting older and all those kind of things. Right. You know, right. That comes when you're aware. Yeah, I said again. When you're aware of who you are as a person and and the things that are going on inside of you as a person, okay, and that you have the ability or the capacity to share it.
All right. Well, I think that means we're basically out of time. Thank you very much, Roddy, for coming and having this conversation. Yeah. I feel like we have so much more to discuss.
Because, really.
Right? But if it was just a short sentence, something that you wanted the folks at home, everybody at home who's looking at us today, if there's something that you wanted to look at them and say, leave them with, what is something you'd want, just a closing statement that you want folks at home to leave with?
That it's so important for you to know who you are, to understand the beauty of who you are, to be able to identify the gifts and the flaws that you possess, and that you have the strength and the capacity to share that with another and to build that with someone.
All right. I feel as though that was deep. I feel those words felt warm and cuddling. Yuck! I don't know, just joking. That was really good, Ronnie. That's really, really good. Thank you very much. I feel as though we touched some people at home as well today with this conversation. So guys, gentlemen at home, don't be an emotional dummy. Emotional intelligence is important. It's crucial, actually. As crucial as your IQ, as crucial as your intelligence, practice your emotional intelligence. Heed the words that Ronnie shared today. And thank you all for staying tuned for Psych today. Remember, same time, same place. Next week, please, God, stay psyched.
WESN.
My name is Carl Media. I'm the founder and the host of ever-increasing voice ministries. Join me every Saturday and Sunday on WESN, this powerful station, at 9 a.m. on Saturdays, 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. nightly. Also on Sundays, I'll be on at 7 a.m., 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night time. When you come here, we are getting people heavenly ready.
The newest book is here, Closer to the Church, the debut novel by author and former mayor Louis Lee Singh. Available at all the Home Store branches, Barataria, West Mall, Shogunas and C3 San Fernando. Paper-based bookshop 10 Nook Avenue, St. Anne's. WESN 30A Gattaca Street, Woodbrook. Metropolitan Bookshop, Ariapita Avenue, Woodbrook, and all RIK bookstores nationwide. Available online as paperback on Amazon.com and Kindle for e-readers. For more info, call 628-5835 or 389-6504. Also available from author Louis Lee Singh, I Used to Live in Heaven, Letters to My Granddaughters, and Local Government in Trinidad, Conspiracy Against the People.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Is it politics? What is it? Is it that nobody cares about sports?
The kind of support that sport used to get in the past is no longer here.
The thing is, taking a knee doesn't mean that that's the only thing you're doing now, Andrew.
Right.
Taking a knee along with other stuff.
Samantha, what are you looking forward to when you return home to Trinidad and Tobago after winning the title?
Thank you very much for speaking it into existence.
Is it no pressure on Nicholas Paul?
It makes me more motivated to work hard and to go out there and rep the right and black.
Why are we sending a team to the Winter Olympics?
There are a number of Trinbagonians who are in the diaspora and have grown up in winter sport. It's an opportunity that the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee will not close the door on.
I also believe in the players that we have. Once you can motivate the players, you can get the best out of them.
Abide by, give the farmers some kind of leverage to be able to give them what they need, because our whole future, the whole production of food in Europe depends on it. And I think that is the underlying message. So a lot that's got to be sorted out in Brussels. We'll hear more from Emmanuel Macron, who's due to give a press conference a little later this afternoon.
All right, Philip Tell, thank you very much indeed. And clearly then farming a big issue at that EU summit in Brussels. But also there, EU leaders have today managed to strike a deal agreeing an extra 50 billion euros in financial support for Ukraine. Now, that agreement was found at the very start of the summit today, despite significant opposition from the Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orban. For weeks, he had threatened to veto the deal, but today he said, "We will stand up for the voice of the people." Charlie James has the report.
Just an hour of summit negotiations and a deal is struck. The European Union agrees on a new €50 billion aid package for Ukraine, overcoming weeks of veto threats from Hungary. European Council President Charles Michel made the announcement, and the President of the European Parliament hailed the breakthrough.
Ukraine is our priority, and that is why we needed this agreement today by all 27 member states and from within the EU budget. This will give the credibility, the legitimacy and the predictability that is expected from us, because Ukraine's security is Europe's security.
Ahead of the summit, leaders piled pressure on Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, but his lifting the veto, and that quickly, was a surprise. Russia's closest ally in the EU, Orban had demanded the ability to carry out an annual review of the aid package with a right to veto it. But other EU leaders didn't want Orban to control Ukraine's future because of his proximity to Russia's Vladimir Putin. The deal reached Thursday does include the option to review the package in 2 years, quote, if needed, but no veto power for Hungary. Ukraine's president thanked EU leaders, saying,
"It's very important that the decision was made by all 27 leaders, which once again proves strong EU unity."
Nearly 2 years after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the nation's economy desperately needs support. This package will send EU funds to Ukraine through 2027.
And it's no big surprise today that that deal has been welcomed in Ukraine. The Ukrainian leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, saying he's grateful for the support as the war with Russia approaches its third year. Reporting from Kyiv, here's our Ukraine correspondent, Gulliver Cragg.
Well, I'm seeing lots of expressions of joy, or at the very least relief, on social media. Volodymyr Zelensky said that it was a very good thing that the European Union had done this as a bloc. It showed that the European Union was still united in its support for Ukraine. There is not exactly a feeling of surprise in Kyiv so much as relief that it happened quickly and that it didn't have to be achieved via another mechanism. But it had been pretty clear for some time now that the European Union would, one way or another, validate this money. But if they had to do it without Viktor Orban, it would have to be done another way. And it would, of course, not have sent that signal of unity that Volodymyr Zelensky was saluting. This is relief much more than joy. Nothing seems like a bonus. Everything seems in Kyiv like how terrible it would have been if this had not gone through. The Ukrainians need this money very, very badly. Of course, they're running a massive budget deficit. The money, it's worth underlining, is not for military support. That's decided by individual European countries. Separately, they provide arms and military support for Ukraine. This is for spending on reconstruction and reform and just keeping the economy afloat, actually, over the years to 2027. And of course, even if it isn't directly going to be spent on anything military, it does provide macro-financial stability for Ukraine, which allows it to continue to finance its own military spending, paying the salaries of soldiers, for example, knowing that there will be at least some EU funding to pick up the salaries of civil servants in other areas.
Gulliver Cragg for us there. Next to Gaza, where the health ministry says 150 more people have been killed in the last 24 hours. That brings the death toll in Gaza since October the 7th to over 27,000 lives. There's still no let-up in the bombardments and the fighting on the ground between Hamas and the Israeli army. But momentum does appear to be building now towards a new ceasefire. The Hamas leader, Ismail Haniyeh, is going to Cairo today to discuss the possible truce, which would include the release of Israeli hostages still in Gaza. With more details, here's Jordana Miller.
All the parties are at the table. Momentum seems to be growing, as well as pressure from the United States, which has always helped. It played a critical role in getting the sides to agree to the last hostage deal in November. So the good news is that the talks are intense and active. The bad news is that we haven't really heard that there's been a real breakthrough on the wider or long-term vision for Gaza. There's still huge gaps between the parties. Again, Hamas wants the war to end. It wants every soldier to leave the Gaza Strip. It wants all of the jailed Palestinian criminals here in Israel released early. Israel, on the other side, wants to only agree to a pause, even though it may be 6 weeks or 10 weeks or 12 weeks. It wants to keep the option open of continuing this war because it feels that it has not met its goal of dismantling Hamas and pushing it out of the Gaza Strip. Israel also has made it quite clear, even though there's opposition to this from Washington that it wants to hold and keep a security buffer, perhaps as large as a kilometer or more, along the whole eastern side of the Gaza Strip to ensure that its civilians can come back to some of those communities that were so devastated on October 7th. And of course, the big sticking point is that Hamas still wants to retain some control of the Gaza Strip, a role in post-war Gaza, and that is absolutely, a non-starter for Israel, the United States, and many other Western leaders. So the big issue is still outstanding. Could we see the United States, Qatar, and Egypt convince the parties to agree to a first phase of this deal? Say, hey, guys, let's try to work out a larger plan, but let's implement now what can already be done. Let's let out about 40 Israeli hostages, the women who are civilians, the elderly, the injured. Let's get them out, and we'll pause the fighting for somewhere between 1 to 2 months and then take it from there. Maybe that is the best we will see for now, which will be still something positive given how desperate and how much anguish the families of hostages here in Israel feel, and they have really ramped up their pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu to cut some deal to get their loved ones out.
And that report from Jordana Miller brings us to the end of the programme. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome. You're watching People in Profit. I'm Chap Begrin. Coming up, Europe's farmers in existential crisis. We'll speak to a cereal grower about the sector's challenges and the reasons behind the protests roiling the continent. And as Evergrande is ordered to be wound up by a Hong Kong court, we'll look at the dramatic 3 years that have brought the Chinese real estate sector to its knees. And we'll head to the Salton Sea in Southern California, where lithium reserves could help transform local communities and the national auto industry. Well, throughout France and Europe, tractors are blocking highways and sending a message to governments as well as the public. The people who feed you are having trouble feeding themselves. Subsidies being taken away, burdensome regulations, high production and finance costs, dwindling incomes. The list of farmers' grievances is long and being addressed not just at national governments, but at the European Union as well. Well, for more on this story, let's speak with Robert Dorsman, the Haute-Marne department in eastern France, and he's also the national director of farming equipment maker Horsch. Thank you so much for joining us on this show. Robert, what do these pictures we just saw of farmers mobilizing in France and around Europe inspire you?
It's not a surprise, really, because I'm working in Germany, in France, and this kind of protest, I think, was we could look forward to see that what is happening now for different reasons. The way people are protesting in several countries of Europe are similar, but sometimes also a little bit different. But now we see the protest in the Netherlands, in Lithuania, in Poland, in Romania, in Germany, in France. This protest is really a new thing about Europe, and it is really new to see also German farmers on the road. It's not common. Normally, we saw, of course, French farmers, which are intended more to go on the road and to protest, but and this is a quite new opportunity, and it's something very new. Yeah.
Talking about those German farmers, one of their major sort of bones of contention there is the role that subsidies played in their day-to-day operations on their farms, especially, well, for example, when it comes to the diesel that's used in tractors. Can you give us a sense of how much farmers rely on this state support, on these subsidies?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the problem, but it's maybe the how we call it in French is c'est la goutte qui fait déborder le vase.
The last straw.
Yeah, exact. And if you see, we have the same system in France where you pay your diesel and then you get a payback of your tax. And this is about it's a half of the tax in Germany, which is about 21 cents per liter. What we could get back, and then the German government decided for Christmas to get rid of this subsidy, which really we on a hectare it varies. We use about 80 liters to 150 liters. It depends on the way you are working. So it's about 15 to 30 euro per hectare. More costs we have to face, but it's not the main reason. I think it's one of the reasons. Yeah.
The average monthly income for farmers in France in 2021 was around 1860 euros, much lower than the average for private sector employees. As a cereal farmer on your business, are you able to make enough money to run that business efficiently, to turn a profit, to reinvest?
Since 2016, because we have to face also climate change, we have to face more regulation, we have to face new policies we have less pesticides, and we are facing more risks, and we have more regulation. So, I mean, before this, I earned normally my salary. Now it is. It becomes more and more risky because we're exposed to more risk, and for instance, this year I'm selling maybe 50% of my production below my costs. So this is not normal, and this is just the part of the cereals, but the main, because I have no animal production, but in the animal production, it's even more drastic.
There are very loud calls for a simplification of regulations that farmers are faced with. Health and safety regulations, environmental regulations. Can you give us an example that really illustrates this point that farmers are advocating for?
The agriculture policy was one of the fundament of Europe, and I'm a really convinced European, really. But now Europe put aims which are not attainable, and regulation which seems to us quite ridiculous. We have to impose when you have cover crops. Europe decides when you have to seed them, when you can destruct them, and so on. Everything is really regulated. Brussels is getting rules which are not always maintainable on our farms. And I'm not growing cows or so on, but I have neighbors in Germany, and they have to make a negative declaration. When you think about that, he has twice a year, he has to declare that he is not using antibiotica. And so for everything, you have to make a declaration. And I mean, 20% or maybe 30% of our time is used in the office just to make declarations, to fit the regulation and so on. And this is not the right way to be competitive. I don't think so.
Robert Dorsmagen, thank you for your insights on this story. As a reminder, you're a cereal farmer in the Haute-Marne department of France and the director of a farming equipment maker, Horsch.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, over 2 years after first defaulting on its debt, Chinese real estate giant Evergrande has been ordered this week to go into liquidation by a Hong Kong court. This is the latest episode in the downfall of what was once one of China's most vibrant economic sectors. Well, France 24's Yuka Royer joins us on set now for some context on this crisis. The inflection point for the Chinese real estate sector was in 2020 when new rules were imposed by the authorities in Beijing.
Well, Charles, in China, home ownership is very high, and as the economy grew, it became a popular form of investment. Now, the authorities decided to crack down on speculative investment, saying houses are for living. They also imposed limits to borrowing on property developers, known as the 3 red lines. Now, first, liabilities should not be greater than 70% of the company's assets, and second, total net debt must not be greater than the market value of the firm. And third, the company must have enough cash to pay off short-term debt. Now, this made it more difficult for companies to borrow money, and many found themselves locked out of credit markets and started defaulting.
Well, Evergrande's model, as well as many other property groups, was built on the assumption that credit would be easy to access.
Well, Evergrande is the world's most indebted company, with an estimated $340 billion in liabilities. Country Garden and Sunak also faced huge debt burdens. Now, with easy money, companies developed massive housing projects, ignoring the fact that China's population was shrinking and demand was weakening. At the end of 2022, Country Garden had a real estate portfolio of nearly 130 million square meters of floor area under construction. That's twice the size of Manhattan. In China, apartments are sold before they're completed. So when many of these projects ran into financial difficulty and started to stall, buyers were left with mortgages but no homes.
And can we get a sense of how much the property sector represents for the economy?
Well, the property sector has been a key driver of the Chinese economy, accounting for almost 30% of GDP at times before the crisis began, but that's been changing. In 2019, real estate investment grew almost 10% over the previous year. In 2022, the figure was reversed and property sales plunged nearly 27% year on year. Now, a decline in real estate investment could have negative spillover effects to other sectors, as well as China's trading partners, and also prices of commodities such as metals could fall. Late last year, the International Monetary Fund called on Beijing to take urgent action to restore confidence in the sector and to mitigate its impact on the financial system.
Yuka Roye, thank you for that. In the U.S. now, Joe Biden has made it one of the markers of his first term to combat climate change, in part by granting subsidies for the production of electric cars. But further up the value chain, there's one mineral that is core to this technological revolution: lithium. In Southern California, the Salton Sea is home to 30% of the world's resources, and as you're about to see, could be transformed by the new industry.
The volcanic subsoil on the shores of the Salton Sea is home to one of the world's largest lithium deposits. This industrial site, which produces geothermal energy, is getting ready to extract the mineral, which has become crucial to the Biden administration's green transition.
So this is Hell's Kitchen 2. We drilled this well 2.5 kilometres deep. That will connect that production well back to the main plant where we start the process.
In these tanks, the company filters the brine, extracting lithium and other minerals before re-injecting it into the subsoil. The process required 2 years of testing and a $65 million investment. It's a win-win situation. There is an abundance of renewable energy and a skyrocketing demand for lithium to make batteries for electric cars.
The only way we can get to capacity for this type of demand, where we produce 50 megawatts of power and 25,000 tonnes of lithium hydroxide, is to replicate. Fortunately here, the brine's the same, so we can drill wells over our 6,000 acres that we have here.
The first plant will be operational by mid-2025, and 2 other companies have similar plans. It's an exciting prospect for a region where the unemployment rate is 4 times the national average. So this year, the local college launched a training program to meet the labor demand.
All of these machines simulate what the industries use for the extraction of the lithium. I think this is the big one. This is one that we've been waiting for, that we anticipate will create thousands of jobs for our local residents, good paying wages.
It's a perfect scenario that could bring the region $1 billion a year, but it's also raising concerns. The Salton Sea is a salt lake that is dying, a victim of drought. So local organizations are pushing for companies to make serious commitments to protect the ecosystem.
Well, that's all for this week. If you want more, you can watch all our previous episodes on France24.com. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to us on our various social media channels. In the meantime, thanks for watching and stay tuned.
I'm Paul Rees, covering stories from Sweden for France 24, live from Stockholm and on France 24 news programmes.
Paul Rees, one of the 200 France 24 correspondents around the world.
WESN.
This is your WSN News on the Hour. I'm Sean Michael Small. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. 2 directors detained, stolen vehicle parts recovered. TNT Coast Guard intercepts 27 undocumented foreign nationals. Giselle Laron West and Catherine Abdullah appointed board members at Field. Now for the details. 2 directors of a prominent car dealership located in La Romaine, San Fernando, were arrested during an anti-crime exercise conducted in the Southern Division yesterday. Between 3:50 p.m. and 6:25 p.m. on the 30th of January 2024, a team of officers attached to the stolen vehicle squad executed a search warrant on the premises of a new and/or used car dealership located in La Romaine. The officers conducted a comprehensive search at the location in the presence of 2 of the company's directors, during which time items of evidential value relating to the investigation were seized. Both directors, a father and a son, were deemed suspects in recent reports of larceny motor vehicle. They were both arrested and conveyed to the Stolen Vehicle Squad office in Port of Spain. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard is conducting investigations following the interception of 27 undocumented foreign nationals aboard an unknown vessel suspected of crossing the international maritime border. The group comprises of 16 adult males, 8 adult females, and 3 male minors. The interception occurred on Wednesday around 9:43 a.m. when the vessel was spotted on the south coast of Trinidad. A pursuit ensued as the vessel attempted to evade interception through evasive maneuvers. However, the Coast Guard successfully towed the vessel and its occupants to the Coast Guard headquarters in Stubbles Bay, Chaguaramas. Authorities have notified the Immigration Division and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as the investigation progresses. Giselle Laron West and Catherine Abdullah are 2 new members of the Board of Directors at the Foundation for the Enhancement and Enrichment of Life. Chairman of Field, Dr. Sterling Frost, welcomed Mrs. Laron West and Ms. Abdullah to the board and emphasized the importance of each new director's skill set in support of Field's 4-year strategic direction. Giselle Laron West has over 25 years of experience in public relations, corporate sales, and customer service. She is the recipient of the Chiconia Medal Gold, the winner of the Miss World in 1986, and served as director of the board of Clico Credit Union for 16 years, and on the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee executive for 3 years. Well, that's the news on the hour on WESN. I'm Sean Michael Small. Thanks for watching.
party.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Boss lady, it's 2024 and you're still accepting drinks from random strangers? Nah. We're drinking smart to avoid any chance of date rape, so drink smart to be safe. This carnival, we love to drink, 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 and party till the morning come. Whoa, but do it smart. We're drinking smart. But oh!
Drink, 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 and party till the morning come, yeah. Watch out with us.
WESN.
As a medical practitioner, I work with my patients to give them the best life possible through health and wellness. Understanding an individual's patient's needs is crucial to successful treatment. For Season 3 thus far, we have discussed serious medical issues with experienced professionals who have diagnosed and treated patients. However, have we taken into account the experiences of those who have received a devastating diagnosis but persevered, fought, and are survivors today? I welcome Ms. Sally Babulal, a brave woman who was diagnosed with breast cancer. She will share with us her experience of a life-changing journey, from the moment she was informed she had breast cancer, the psychological effects of her battle, support systems and treatments, to the moment she learned that she was a survivor. Welcome to a special edition of What's Up, Doc.
Today's Vitaminute highlights vitamin D. Vitamin D is often referred to as the sunshine vitamin. Vitamin D is both a nutrient that we eat and a hormone that our bodies make. This helps our body absorb and retain calcium and phosphorus, which are both critical for building bone. Studies show that vitamin D can reduce cancer cell growth, help control infections, and reduce inflammation. We can best get our dose of vitamin D from the flesh of fatty fish and fish liver oils. Smaller amounts are found in egg yolks, cheese, and beef liver. Many foods and supplements are fortified with vitamin D, like cereals, dairy products, and orange juice. And that was today's Vitaminute.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Join me, Sule A. Joseph, as I delve into the day-to-day psychological issues plaguing our society. We will discuss behaviors that encompass the biological influences, social pressures, and environmental factors that affect how you think, act, and feel. Sight, Thursdays at 11 a.m. only on WESN, Content Capital.
Is it politics? What is it? Is it that nobody cares about sports?
The kind of support that sport used to get in the past is no longer here.
The thing is, taking a knee doesn't mean that that's the only thing you're doing on.
Right.
Taking a knee along with other stuff.
Samantha, what are you looking forward to when you return home to Trinidad and Tobago after winning the title?
Thank you very much for speaking it into existence.
Is there no pressure on Nicholas Paul?
It makes me more motivated to work hard and to go out there and rep the white and black.
Why are we sending a team to the Winter Olympics?
There are a number
of Trinbagonians who are in the diaspora and have grown up in winter sport. It's an opportunity that the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee will not close the door on.
I also believe in the players that we have. Once you can motivate the players, you can get the best out of them.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Can you tell us, the viewers, from the time you were, the lead up to the time you were diagnosed with breast cancer, what was that, what were the emotions that you experienced at that time when you were given that diagnosis of the big C?
No one is prepared for those words. No one. When I knew something was wrong with my body. I felt something was wrong. And my sister took me to the regular doctor. Initially he said, oh no, nothing, it was perhaps an exercise injury. So I left it. 2 weeks later, the pain continued. I went back. They did more detailed testing. It was breast cancer. Funny enough.
How old were you when you were diagnosed?
I am 1 year shy of 50 now, so 48. 40, this is my second year.
Right.
When I was diagnosed fully, funny enough, my sister exited the room. And I couldn't understand why. She obviously knew the seriousness of this diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, I just wanted to know, how do we deal with it? I was very, very matter of fact, which surprised me.
Right.
And not my surgeon, the doctor explained what was to be done, what my choices were. Initially, they suggested a mastectomy. I was ready to go and say, just get it out of me.
Okay.
With further visits to different doctors, I was told I did not need a mastectomy because of the size of it. A lumpectomy was what was required.
Mm.
And I was ever so grateful. That was the beginning.
Was it not confusing to, as a patient who's just been given a life-altering diagnosis like that, to get different opinions, strikingly different opinions on how to manage this particular problem? You've been given an option of radical surgery, mastectomy, and yet there's another option of a lumpectomy, which is just the removal of the lump.
Yes.
With the breast intact. How did you deal with that confusion?
You know, like I said, no one comes into this with a handbook. No one. It's only after, or having been faced with those two alternatives, I realized if you're fortunate enough to get honest advice, sage advice, you are blessed.
Now let me ask you, Sally, you told me that you had been part of a pilot program.
Yes.
A survivorship program, first tested out in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, for cancer survivors.
Yes.
Small group. Can you tell us, one, how you were chosen for this pilot project? And two, what is the initiative about? How did that help you on your journey from diagnosis to sitting here
Right.
and sharing your story, surviving?
Funny enough, I do not know the criteria that was used to choose these patients. Ironically, I was initially not chosen to be a participant, but to be an educator. So a speaker on image. So a month before, I had tossed in my resume to be the image spokesperson for this survivorship program. When it came around and they asked me to be part of this program, the person whose project this is, when she came to meet me, she said, "I know you." I had no idea who this person was. And I said, "Okay." She said, "Yes, your resume was on my desk. You were supposed to be the image trainer." Then I put two and two together.
Right.
So long story short, that is how I got introduced to this program.
What did the program teach you?
A hell of a lot. I mean, it's a tripartite program, right? Psychosocial, so psychological and social issues. I can go into that afterwards. Nutrition and exercise, or yoga is the exercise of choice. It was a three-pronged program dealing with life after cancer.
Right.
I'm assuming that they chose those three areas because they are of huge relevance in a cancer survivor, because afterwards, after the big C, your life is very changed, very different. You have to eat differently, move differently, and above all, think differently.
Tell me about that.
The thinking
Think differently, yes.
There is still a huge taboo in speaking or voicing that you have cancer. This was agreed upon by the entire group in the penultimate class. They never called it cancer, the big C.
Agreed. There is a stigma associated with cancer, and I think more patients should feel at ease to share their story, because that's the only way we will learn.
That's right.
And we will understand, because whether you have cancer, you have a friend or family member who has cancer, you need to know. And by knowledge, you'll be able to help that person.
That's right.
Even better. Yeah?
Opening dialogue is so
Communication.
important. Exactly. So,
Your forte.
Yeah, well, my field. I wouldn't say my forte anymore, but my field certainly.
I want to touch on the issue of mindset.
Yes.
To me, I think where I sit as a doctor, as a human being, who've gone through so many obstacles in my life, it is important to have the right mindset to overcome any and all obstacles. Your obstacle in your life, one of your obstacles, was cancer.
Yes.
I want you to share and go through those steps of changing from that mindset of disbelief and anger and rage and grief and hopelessness and confusion, and how you switch gears and you changed your way of thinking, which would have led to a certain different emotion in you, which led to different actions, which led to you being here, surviving or thriving.
Thriving. Thank
Yes.
you. Such a wonderful word, thriving. For me, I have always been someone who believed in knowledge. Knowledge has always been the key for me. I am an academic through and through.
Right.
With the correct knowledge and the correct mindset, both go hand in hand. With the correct knowledge and the correct mindset, that gives you or makes you do the correct action. If I didn't get it right here first, meaning to say, let me give this program a chance. I didn't know what to expect, but let me see. I did, so it started here. That's the mindset. The information came with the program itself, not realizing how much I could have done, or could do rather, now.
Yeah.
Not in hindsight, but now. So they gave me the tools to be an agent of my own change.
Great. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as patients, so many of us feel helpless and hopeless. But the only way forward is to take that first step.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this program provides, the information to take the first step.
Yeah.
But still, while we have the information, you still have to do it. You, the individual, still has to do it. And the only way to do it is to do it. And that's where the third part comes in. The action, the motion, the choices that you make.
I read your story and you mentioned setting your goals and also acknowledging your fears and working towards it, even though you're fearful and you're seeing your fears, and you spoke a lot about looking at your fears and squarely in the face. Yes. And all of that, as well as the goals, and those are the two aspects that pulled you through this experience.
That's right.
Goals and fears.
Goals
Tell
and
us
fears.
about that.
So many people